Hello, welcome to episode 3 of my lunar playthrough on the new terrain system. It's Sunday, so the update hasn't yet come through, so how am I playing this? I mean, everybody who has started a save game, started a world on the new system, is greeted with a message saying, hey, you can no longer play this, the terrain changed. Well, I've come up with a fix that allows you to play that anyway.
Hydration critical.
And that is reported in the newest Stationeers news video. So let's go into the game now. So the plan was to set up a deep miner facility because I don't want to have to go out mining this whole time again and again.
Anti-critical.
And I have to deal with electricity. So before the sun comes up again and the long night, we have a 200-minute day-night cycle due to my custom setting here, started again. The solar panels will have to be set up eventually also before the sun comes up, ideally, because electricity is still quite a concern. And here I will have, well, let's go out, let's go outside. Oh no, first let's take some frames. Iron frames, steel frames, steel sheets. Do I not have iron sheets? I do have one iron sheet, that's not enough. And here in that corner that I wanted to say, want to show you there, I will have a box that will try to save the gases from the arc furnace and from the portable generator. And yeah, the light is off despite me having installed them because I have electricity concerns, I have power concerns, I have to solve that. So we're still in a dire situation. That's also why why this video started like this. This, by the way, is harmless. It's just telling me that the ratio O2 is lower than 50%. That's an arbitrary level I set. I really should aim to have a playthrough that is that's more realistic, where I don't accept CO2 ratio in the room of CO2 ratio in the room of more than like 2 or 3%. Plants need at least 1. And where I have basically an Earth-like atmosphere, which means about 20 to 30%, I mean, it's 20% on Earth, O2, and about 80% nitrogen. Power is good. Why is it we're complaining about? Yeah, maybe I should print a crusher also, because my water reserves have fallen from 40 liters to 33 liters in an unknown time, I'm not sure, but I have tons of water that I just need to crush. So, yeah, I need iron, good. Yeah, in the previous video I went mining close to the end, and then there was not enough time to set up solar panels. But at least we have lots of resources to build with, and next time I hope I can get that entirely via the deep miner. Okay. I just wanna do these two as iron. And then, oh, these two also. And the rest steel. I turned down the game volume from 90%, from 100% to 90%, because someone in the comments suggested that during mining drilling, and I realized also while using the manufactories, the sound was so loud that he couldn't even hear me. I mean, he could hear me, but it was hard to understand. I investigated that and found it to be on the threshold, but definitely in the yellow, so yeah. The deep miner will come as the next layer, so I just wanted to have some little bit more space and not to have it too cramped here. And I bet it will turn out too cramped anyway, because it's somehow how I end up all the time. So, in case you have actually not heard the news, the video I was just referring to, Jackson the Master. Jackson the Master is a GitHub account and also a Discord account. It's the same person. And this guy has created a web tool. You can go to that website and use it. Oh, I have no more steel sheets. Which will allow you to convert your old worlds, with this is the new terrain system, you know, to this new system. Yep, that exists now, and you can even move your save game from one world to the next, though only the Mars and Europa are available, and they are not yet final. So basically only the Moon is reasonably the place where you could now build one, where you could now move, and you can even move your station around inside the world if you wish. So that's a new thing. Oh, I need some soil here. Can I place the deep miner? The answer is you can just place soil. That's the thing. I just need the soil gun. Need to drink anyway, so let's do that. Then I want to have a shoot system with detection whether it's backed up, so one or two of the deep miners will automatically be turned off. That's the idea. And then I want to indeed sort all of that into silos. You know, the classic full-scale thing. Do I need to eat some? Yeah, soon enough. So how are we looking? 2 times potato. Okay, since I need steel sheets, let's compare the production volume. I will set the volume now back to 100, where it was. And then down to 90 during production. Oh, I need steel. Yeah, so I'm now telling you interesting things that you're not hearing, because it's very loud here. But there's a remedy. The remedy is... to set the volume to 90, which doesn't make much of a difference, but it is a tangible difference. Yeah. That thing with the volume stylus, I just can't let it go. I mean, how is mankind so disabled as to not see that mankind is disabled? I'm talking mental here. Every volume slider that you find, Steam Store, YouTube, basically all the games out there, is broken. If you slide it down from 100 to 90, you will not hear a difference. If you slide it down from 100 to 70, you will basically not hear a difference. It's ridiculous. And somehow mankind doesn't detect this, and the fix is only one line of code. You just have to multiply the input value, which is the slider level, from 0 to 1. You have to just multiply that with itself. My ideal value that I found is Euler's Euler's number, 2.7-ish. So 2.7 times multiplication with itself, which is one line of code these days, and you don't even have to do that every time you calculate some sound bytes. It's only when the slider value changes, so it's no calculation overhead whatsoever. And still, it's not being done. What's going on, man? Why is that not being addressed? And a few years ago, I detected the first game, and now I saw a few actually that try to like circumvent this. When they come out of the box, you see that the sliders are not at 100%, but they are at 50%, where it's not longer maximal full volume effectively, but still pretty loud. And then if you slide them further down, that will have some effect, because it accelerates ridiculously towards 0 with the standard, with the wrong implementation. Yeah. But the answer would have... I mean, this means that that people are becoming aware of this. But they're still unaware of what's happening. This is so... no one's seeing this. I don't get it. And still another word on mankind being somehow asleep at the wheel and not seeing it. I mean, the not seeing part is what gets me, and the being asleep at the wheel part is also what gets me. Elections. People vote, mankind population vote for people, they won't vote for persons, they vote for parties. Because a party promises to do a certain thing, or to not do a certain other thing. You know, the list of their program. And people vote for those people then because of the program. What they do not actually vote for is the program. What they vote for is the people who supposedly will then fulfill that program. But once they are in power, they are under no obligation to actually follow through on what they promised. And so if they do something completely different, like once again in Germany, turning by 180, yeah, just business as usual. And that means that mankind is literally fucking retarded. What should, I mean, the goal, I mean, you have to just ask yourself, what is your will? And that's the age that we're entering, the age of AI, where AI and robotics will play a significant world-shaping role. I know you will find this to be hyperbolic, because apart from maybe Tesla robotaxis and such, what big thing is there on the horizon with AI? Well, you're already possibly using products that are using new materials that have that AI has come up with. There are charts that show the amount of new materials that have been found, and actually new products that have been implemented. That curve is going up since the arrival of AI significantly. Oh. Anyway, these days already you are being expected by your employer, in case that makes sense for whatever job you're doing, to
Temperature high.
yourself seek out the help of AI if to accept. Oh, how am I doing this wrong? That in case the task at hand warrants it. Whoa, this is very loud, but this is probably the loudest sound in the universe. Is, for example, relevant for my job, which is programming, but you can also use it for other office-like tasks. For example, I have a list of things somewhere, and what's the pattern here? Is there some date gap? And so forth. You can use AI to look at, to have that looked at for you. Of course, you need to be. Is the model wrong, or am I stupid? I mean, both is possible, but so here we see. All right, I think I set that up wrong. Yeah, okay, I am stupid. Never mind. And well, long story short, what it comes down to is you will be asked to express in your own words what is it that you want. And you might say, yeah, big deal, what's the topic here, man? But that is a big deal, because you are expected to do that towards someone who cannot read your mind, as people are generally expected to do, because others are living basically in the immediate shadow context. And when you're sitting at home with your family, for example, then you can talk about things that will know what you mean. But when you're talking in the omni context, which is what mankind by now, by means of internet training, basically should have learned, aka the entire world. You don't know where someone's coming from, how they will read the sentence, would it be read this way or that way. Since you will be, well, you will be expected to express yourself like that towards an AI, and well, that's something you should then try to be able to do. Pipes. Hey. Ah, here we go. I just had it. So the pipe being inside the wall, means here too means that constantly the cold of space will seep in, or rather the radiation, the thermal energy of the pipe will by means of radiation leak into space. At some point, possibly, that's 1 or 1.5 years old information in a discussion of Discord, the developer said that maybe walls and such will actually leak thermal energy, but so far everything is perfectly insulating, which is a bit off-putting, just like the CO2 pollution absence. But I mean, the list of complaints I have about this wonderful, stellar, outstanding, best game of all thing, I'm not forgetting that, is huge, and so there's hope, but their development is so slow. This will of course kick off a bit once the terrain system is done, and I understand that they don't have the resources and so forth, but I mean, some of it comes down to decision making. How do they not yet have, is there not yet any new tutorial? How have they not yet started? I mean, I know, currently that's off the table, they have to complete the terrain system. Some changes here, some changes there still to be done, and of course the worlds. Europa is deeply in the works, Mars 2. That is being done ultimately by one of the guys from the Icarus team, who is supposedly very good at what they're doing. Tristan is the name. Here's some gold. Okay, let's tell any and all ice crushers that they shall actually start at their that the target temperature for the ice to be achieved when it's being put in there is 0 Kelvin or 1 Kelvin, whatever. The effect being that it will not try to heat that up. Right badge to all structure ice crusher. Setting 0 Kelvin, which it will not accept. It will set that to 1, and of course it's super cold, but who cares? I should have done the trick, and now this guy should be able to... This releases the nitrogen from the ice that I have, and this, well, releases the water into my water tank. In case I ever run into the problem of the water being polluted, I can just rely on all the bottles that I have filled, of course, and meanwhile somehow find a solution. So that front is no longer emergency level, except if this room blows up, I'm probably dead in the water. So that is technically an emergency situation. Yeah, furnace was at, I believe, 280 when I started this episode. Now we have 246. This is Celsius. That will become my spray gun belt, so things can be decorated in here soon enough. Alright. Yeah, I need the soil gun. Let's see if that's an option. I'm not sure if that was at the end of the previous episode. I think so, but in case it wasn't, I was wondering whether the plants are even giving me CO2, because the ratio doesn't seem to be increasing. Well, they do. I made actually a little box here in which I then breathed and already saw, yeah, that was increasing and so forth. Yeah. That's definitely the case, but I guess the rate at which I am outputting CO2 is just higher than what the plants can convert. That's what's going on here. I wonder if they changed something about the plants, because I remember that to be differently, but I'm not certain about this memory. Why are there only potatoes but no seeds? Did I already harvest all the seeds? Is what she said. Yeah, right. I wanted to set up a fridge. And the goal was to use one that has only nitrogen, which is not necessary because see, to set up the small fridge, I need to give it cold gas. I can just put a pipe there through the roof. Outside I have a radiator, then I remove the radiator. The pipe will be down to minus 100 degrees or whatever. Can be pure oxygen. And that's fine. Then I can use the fridge forever. It will never increase the gas temperature of the pipe, which is of course an incomplete implementation. But I don't want to play it like that, so I would like to keep the radiator on there. But then we have the ambient temperature of 50K out there, which is below the freezing temperature of oxygen, and freezing is bad, man. But still, I'm not fine with nitrogen, but because soil, terrain manipulator, gold, copper, because the pressure I would have to use to make sure that it doesn't become liquid would be so low. I'm not sure if that actually does the trick when it comes to fridging, you know. But that's something I have to try then. Copper. And then we will also need a canister for the terrain manipulator gun. And then I have to mine a little with one of these canisters in my mining belt, which will then give it some soil, and so I can place the soil, and so I can place the deep miner. Do I have electronic parts? I think not. I will need a bunch of these for the deep miner. Basically, electronic parts are never superfluous. I need gold for this, okay. Let's make all of them then. Oh, I already made the electronic parts. Nice, okay. Right, so let's get some soil and place the deep miner. And then, oh, I have to think about the power network also. The batteries would be supplying, which the deep miner would eat a lot of electricity. I have some coal here somewhere. There is coal, that's emergency. Then I have some coal here. This thing is empty and thus belongs in a museum. What's this? That is for smelting stuff. I should not have that on me the whole time. And this, by the way, is for the ice crusher. Let's actually test the ice crusher thingy. So there was a problem with the quick saves. And I will find whether that's still there. So yeah, I have a save game from my old with the old terrain system, and I have converted that. I could play this now. That's in the video too. conversion is straightforward if everything goes smoothly, otherwise things get tricky. So that's pretty awesome that we have that now. I didn't expect that to ever occur, but now we even have it quickly. Nice. So 22nd, 10:54. That quick save was a saved. What am I doing? That's for ice, yeah. Currently 31 liters. Yeah, because I drank something, that's why. Let's drink some more then. Yeah, so every time I'm drinking like 1/3 of a liter or more. So yeah, if I do that 100 more times, this thing is empty. And well, on Stationeer difficulty, you do that 100 more times easily. Right, I wanted to crush some ice. I don't hear anything, but it's working. So that sound is still broken. Rocket works. The game is awesome, but the prioritization needs to change. Instead of adding and adding and adding stuff, you need to fix what's there. The volume slider, for example, of the main menu music. I mean, this volume slider in Stationeers work properly. Like I was complaining about earlier, every game, every YouTube is wrong, Steam Store is wrong, and so forth. But doesn't change the fact that if you're leaving a session here from Stationeers and go back to the main menu, you will hear the music quietly if the volume was turned down to 0. But when you turn it down to 0 yourself, it's not audible. So my interpretation is that they are using basically the official decibel formula, which when you input the value 0 is not an actual 0, instead of using my cool solution, which has basically the same curve, but ends up at actual 0, which again is just raise the volume slider value, assuming that it's a value from 0 to 1, which it should be reasonably. If you raise it to the power of Euler's number, okay, you multiply that with itself once, or rather 1.7 times. Wait, 2.7 times, yeah. Yeah, like that. Ish. Then you get a volume slider behavior that is good, and you will also not have the problem of... is there still pressure here? That the 0 value will still produce some sound. And so I guess what they're doing is they are checking, is the volume slider at 0? Okay, then then stop the music actually, and that's a good thing. So my solution will even hide that that bug. In other words, the music would still be playing, wasting cycles. So there's that. So we're getting more and more nitrogen in here. Nitrogen, indeed, by the way, is what I would like to have had in my pipe for the fridge. I should have caught this instead of piping it away into the room, but I will just use a filtration unit anyway. Yeah, a few kilopascals, who cares? Okay. This flashy light thingy costs electricity and is getting on my nerve. 34%? What? Man. Yeah, well, it's a lot of nitrogen in here now. And we have a pressure of 107 kilopascals. In other words, the pressure in here is too high. So let's see. We have this thing which pumps in gas from the furnace. And everything that we don't want will be piped out through these insulated pipes into space. I only get CO2 and nitrogen. What I could do now is I could pump from the room through this thing and release. I could add something here, valve something like, and it could release it into the room. It's of course a bit tricky to operate then. So I could pump from the room into the room. What am I saying? I could basically reduce the ratio of non-oxygen by pumping nitrogen and CO2 out. And what's more, I could just remove the CO2 filter so it only pumps nitrogen. No, vice versa. I could use only I could pump out the CO2 to get this to more real-world levels, which would also increase the O2 ratio. But that's not for now. Next step, deep miner. Doesn't matter where I dig, but I thought there was some coal under the station. And coal is currently of interest. Oh, it's iron. Crap. Okay, alright. Alright then. Now behold the canister icon. Oh, 64, that's all, okay. Soil gun. Oh, it needs a battery. Dirt canister. And for some reason it doesn't need a battery to show me how full it is. This game is so very incomplete implementation written. Not to say bug, because it's rather that, isn't it? That's sad, man. That's really sad. This game really deserves more attention. I don't mean necessarily by Rocket Works. Certainly that prioritization, it pisses me off somewhat. I said that about in regards to the tutorials, where I think we can all agree that's a front where they should have pushed a bit more. Oh, that's cool. But by the world, this game deserves more attention. It deserves more money. But that's not what we're getting, right? Need a battery. Oh, let's use this then. Turn down the music a bit. Okay.
Hunger caution.
Let's see if that does the trick. It does the trick. Okay, I can place the deep miner now. Neat. Do I have steel sheets on me? I do not. What's the next step here? Probably steel sheets, huh? 12 steel sheets. Damn it. Maybe I shouldn't have turned that down. Where can I place this? Well, first of all, I need the battery back in my tablet. So steel sheets. So again, like I said in the previous video, or I think that's where I was, drag the battery from the world into your suit, not the other way around. Because if you do it the other way around and something happens, your mouse button doesn't work for a second, you make a mistake, whatever, then you will be suddenly sitting in darkness and then have fun finding the battery quickly while you're panicking and all that. Well, I had talked with to Dean Hall about a year ago about or let's say he responded rather. It's not like, hey, here's my PM, though we have some very short PM history too. Is this thing empty? Oh, I have no more welding fuel. It's not bad. I have the whole tank in there, but I should really print the arc welder. And I was talking about about an inert mouse, and then he stepped into the chat and responded that actually a mechanism for that should supposedly be already in the code somewhere, and so forth. And that's the end of it. Nothing more happened after that. And I don't get that, man. Seriously, everybody who's making a video for Stationeers is implicitly, effectively, slightly creating an advertisement. This means that every time that happens, but we don't have a proper screwdriver for electronic parts. What am I doing? And we don't have a smooth mouse. I demonstrated that in one of my news videos with Minecraft, which has that built in for years now, just F7 or whatever it was, is wasted potential. We could make beautiful camera sweep apps, what's the word? Advertisements, yeah. By the way, I found out, I mean, it's not a big achievement or whatever, that if you turn down the jetpack to the lowest thrust level, you can see that here on the right is thrust 10 now, and for whatever reason the button doesn't turn red, then your flight is much more slow, and then you're drifting for longer, so that's good for camera sweeps. You can also turn it higher, which allows it to resist storms even without the advanced jetpack, backpack. Yeah, jetpack. So is this done? Is this completed? Yep. Alright. I should have a transformer. I should consider power. There's a power source. It's connected. It's not connected. Oh. Okay, maybe I want to do that. I remember that in the first or second video of this series, I was burning coal, and then eventually I realized, oops, this is not hooked up. Okay, now it's hooked up. Should build a clock too, so that I know when the sun comes back up. There was someone who suggested that I should do a playthrough where the natural day-night cycle, well, the game's implicit day-night cycle of, do I need a transformer here? Yeah. Would it be a big one? I don't know. Deep miner. Needs 500 watts. 10 of these, 5,000 watts. I will not have 10 of these. In other words, small transformer is enough. Okay, where the 20 minutes day-night cycle the game normally has, and again, I changed it here to 0.03 for this world, and a different world it would be a different number, which is 10 times that. In other words, we have a 200-minute day-night cycle here. A long night ahead still. That I changed that, and I multiplied that by 28. You know, like, honestly, I should be more informed about this, but I don't know. Is the day or night on the moon indeed 28 days long? The cycle? I mean, stupidly, I don't know. That's shameful, given the. I would just say that. Anyway. That I changed that to 28 times that, and I calculate that is roughly 9 hours. And then I thought, okay, I thought out loud, what would we have to do? We would have to, for example, build tons of batteries, because the goal would be not to live off coal, because this thing here, I wish they changed that. This coal burner produces 20 kilowatts. So you can pump full an entire battery with like a stack of 15 or 20 coal. So an entire stack of coal pumping into these batteries, they would be very full. And it's so cheap, just dig a little bob, there's a coal, shit it in, done, problem solved. No longer existing as part of the simulation implicitly. You know, it's like God mode in a way. Hyperbolically speaking, to express why I'm seeing a problem there. And that's why I wish they would change that. What I would also like them to change while we're at it is that the large batteries, which take even stellite, aka the advanced, super alloys, and I want to build some in the battery room over there actually. So I have to build the advanced furnace. Have I printed that already? I don't think so. That they should not take, should not hold like about 2.5 times the amount of charge that the small battery holds. Because so if I stack two batteries, which is now no longer possible, except if you use a frame here, in which then you build the battery and then remove the frame again, because now they need a frame as support below them. Then I would already have almost the power storage that the advanced battery has, which is ridiculous if you think about it. That's way too much electrum. Ah, shit, we need more electrum. So I would really like those batteries to hold more. They should hold at least 3, if not 3.5 times the amount of charge that the small battery holds. Is my view. Yep. Anyway, so that is balancing wise not a good thing that this guy outputs so much power. Also, why does it work in the vacuum? I don't want that. I want the more realistic man. You might say, well, the game is already hard enough, but first of all, beginners who will struggle, they will struggle anyway. So the recommendation is try on creative mode where the absence of gas doesn't hurt you, you know? And also, oh man, the transformers also here. Should have printed that first. And also, there should be other means to survive the beginning. Or maybe play on the moon with a normal day-night cycle, you have enough power. What is something along those lines. Maybe you could just keep just living off of this tank that we have here. How full is it, by the way? 4 megapascals. Should be 9 megapascals if it's really full. I mean, 10 megapascals is the maximum. And it's insulated, so it could have 9 megapascals, but we start with 4-ish or 5. So if that would be pretty full, then you could live off that gas for a long time as a beginner, and just stick that into your into this generator. And you would have to run out there and change the generators. Here, this one. Only outputs 600 watts. So that's how a beginner could survive. I think I want more realism in this fucking game, man. Okay, let's print another filtration unit if I don't have one. Atmospherics. So my 2 weeks vacation comes to an end. And now I will not have a vacation for a while, so my video output will be much lower. And too bad, I have a video in the works that shows you how you can make new terrain. I did that in that video and demonstrated that. It looks pretty good. I didn't do it exactly right, and I also don't know how exactly to define a world. So it's not like, hey, behold, I know how it works, learn from me. It's more that I can actually show you from zero to, not hero, but to that place where you can then make your own terrain, for the moon, for example. And I have some ridiculous terrain in that video. It's very good, actually, but it's like, I don't know how long it is, 15 minutes or 10 minutes or 11 or whatever, and I still have 7-8 minutes to go, and I need about 4 to 5 hours per video minute, because I always usually do high polish edits, which take a lot of work. You know, where I record some footage in here, where some footage that may already exist somewhere out there in the world. I first sent that through FFmpeg to convert that to 60 frames per second without actually transcoding it, if possible. and create custom graphics, and then use a node-based editor where things are zooming in and moving around and having a shadow and having some smooth transition and so forth and so forth and so forth. Then I find the right music, and then I put that through full parametric equalizer with where I can adjust all frequencies freely. And everything, I mean, maybe you have noticed, or maybe you have not, the music, not right now, but in the polished videos, news videos and so forth, is usually pretty fat, that's a pretty fat sound mix. What am I doing? I wanted to set up the atmospherics units to do what this thing is supposed to do. Well, it's not wasted, but anyway. Do I have the transformer now? I do. There it is. There's the advanced furnace. So we can start running the deep miner, which eats a lot of power, which I don't have. I mean, it's already melting here. I have no choice, basically, to burn some coal there. And I want to catch the gases.
Waste tank caution. Waste tank critical.
That tank should only have harmless stuff, basically. There's oxygen in there. How did that happen? Yeah, from the waste tank, of course. Beep. Oh, I realized that the music placement is not optimal. Didn't see that. Yep. That's better. Huh? The suit is still showing that it doesn't have power? Lol.
Power critical.
No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, there was a bug there. Neat. Never whirled while inside the box. It is so deadly. Okay, so now we have 5000 watts of power available here. I didn't actually need a transformer, but what I mean, I don't need to clean the air inside there for CO2, you know, because of CO2. None of that is really needed. But needed, is that really what we're going for? Oh, I realized that if we have 10 of these, then we have the stackers and all of that. Wonder if I should actually use small cables here at all. But I can just start another power network if need be. Okay, so the deep miner could now be run. See if that works. It does. I'm curious, how is the video doing, which I uploaded like 2 AM in the morning? I mean, that was such a push, you know? I was working with Jackson the Master, and hey, did he actually write something there? Oh, he did. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. So, 232, 5 comments, 23 likes. What do we have now? 260, 6 comments, and 23 likes. Come on! How is a video like that falling so quickly below the 10% likes ratio? That's not nice. What comments do we find? Okay, let's continue. So, I mean, there's 28 to 30 hours of work in that video. It doesn't look like it's 6 minutes, well, who gives a fuck, but... Well, I really try to go for quality. And if you've noticed, I'm not saying, hey, like and subscribe. Because it's retarded and it's stupid and idiotic and annoying. Alright, so these are basically empty. This one is also quasi-empty. I should start setting up the walls here, so I get closer to that. Then we need to burn some coal. Okay, let's make a box room there. Then I want to empty whatever the room outputs into a pipe system or tank or whatever, but ultimately that needs to go into a filtration system, which I cannot just conjure up like this. Of course I can be a bit more focused in my building here, which would make that faster, but okay. Some walls, that's sufficiently many. I don't have enough glass. Is there enough silicon in here? Because I think I tossed the rest into the electronics printer. Could be enough. Basically, no, I should keep the helmet closed because the CO2 in here is way too high. How many will I need? 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't have to all be glass, but I prefer those. And does it have to be iron walls? Yeah, because it's still part of this building, basically. That might be enough for now. Then I need a door. We need iron sheets. $17, that's possibly enough. Might need some more iron walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No. I think I have an extra set of doors here. Or did I use them up? Yeah, I used them up to make the other airlock. Copper. What the fuck? That was unexpected. So let's bring some order into this.
Filter low.
Yeah, how are my filters doing? Oh, that's... I mean, this warning is so sporadic, random and so forth, but this time, yeah. Let's make 2 filters. reminding me I need to print a centrifuge and a recycler. I don't think I have the recycler yet. Okay, how would I then purify the atmosphere? I need a way to pump that out into the room without that going out to space, so there would have to be a valve at some point. I cannot put one... maybe I can put one there despite a cable being there. I don't remember if that was possible. So I could close that up, and then I would have to have another valve, which allows me to output that into the station. So let's print 2 valves. And then we need also a centrifuge, which needs more iron. So I want to make 2 of them, actually 3. Okay, the goal should be 2 deep miners for now, or 3 even maybe. But anyway, 5 centrifuges I think is meaningful. 5 centrifuges takes 100 iron, which I happen to have. So let's print all of that stuff now. What about the power? Yeah, what about the power? I need to burn coal now. I need to burn coal now. The only reserves I have, I believe, are what I have on me. And of course that. What I have on me should do the trick already for the time being. So let's burn that. And then I need to go mining soon enough to get some coal. But at some point we will have that nice economy of coal coming in faster than we can burn it. Oh, by the way, oh my god, what am I doing? What am I the fuck doing? The deep miner will not necessarily give me everything, because this has changed. It depends on where you place it. And there is a cartridge that allows you to check that, what the deep miner situation is in that place. And I'm not sure if that can be printed already. Yeah, let's put up the walls here. What? Oh shit. Okay, one of them will have the wrong rotation, of course. Pretty sure. Still burning coal. And immediately, blissfully, we see as Stationeers players how the gas is moving according to the surrounding room. So that did some damage. This will just be a simple door because the room here, the goal is to have it be evacuated at all times.
Hydration critical.
Oh, I need plastic sheets for this. 1 plastic sheet. Alright, next move. Oh, the furnace. How cold is it? Still 189 degrees. Let's see what's with the pipes. Is that a possibility or is it not? So let's remove this and see if a valve can be placed there. Shit, it cannot be placed there. Okay, that throws a wrench, haha, into this whole operation. How will I deal with this? Needs to be a way to remove the moons. I mean, there's one way. I could just flip this active vent out, this passive vent out there, for one that can be closed, because these exist. It's a new thing. I mean, it's half a year already almost. So let's do that then. Well, I can't get in between here. Alright, up there's something else in the way. Yeah, it looked cool when I made it, but let's change that then. What? This happens to be the one last pipe that I have? Aha, now I do fit here. Is what she said on an airplane. God damn it. Okay, that's not ideal, because guess what? Maybe I should place it differently. I'm still operating it through the wall, but, like I'm building it right now. Do I need insulated pipe now? Here I needed it. Actually, did I need insulated pipes here? Yeah, of course, because the gas that goes through here might be very hot. Nice. But out here, no one cares. I placed the passive vent wrong. The color is not yellow. Now it's placed correctly. Now it's closed. Okay, so now I can actually have some pressure building here, which could be a problem that I should be aware of. In other words, let's add some pressure indicator thing in here. And also, now we need a valve. And I could actually use a one-directional valve so that the room doesn't stream in here, which seems like a good idea, because when do I ever want to release the room out there to the planet? That doesn't happen. Yeah, seems like a nice setup. Now I need a non-insulated pipe and a pipe cowl. I will get rid of these soon enough. Yeah, pipe. Always two of them there are.
Hunger caution.
Okay, so what I can do now is I can now pump the gases from the furnace into the room. Lucky me. And I mean just the bad gases. But that was obviously not the goal. What I need to be able to do now also is to pump in. Well, basically, I need maybe I need a way to. I mean, currently I cannot use this setup yet because the furnace is still farting as dirt in here. So maybe I want to do a purification run first, before I use an active vent to pump the variable station gas. Though, does it matter really? Yeah, it does matter. If they pump the station gas in here, I won't get the material back out that I want.
Air tank low.
What's the next step? Okay, current goal. Get rid of the... Well, let's get rid of the furnace content. So what would happen? I turn this thing on. It will pump here. This is closed. Into outer space. Everything that is not straight. And straight is what the filters say. So everything that goes here, CO2 and such. Okay, this stays closed. And this is currently also closed. Is that the right move? Need another pipe meter. Maybe even two.
Power low.
One way. Okay. So we can see what the pressure is. So let's see what happens if I turn this guy on. It should build the pressure here, and it doesn't. Why? This is open? Oh, right. What am I doing? The pressure... I mean, it's not wrong, really. Because now I can see whether I accidentally closed this. And then we will have, for example, this fun problem of...
Health low.
Of liquids building in here. We have N2O, we have lots of pollutant, some more pressure, and the guy... well, actually, not at this temperature. The temperature is too high. But for that we release that crap into space for now. But what about the gas I want to use? This goes in here, it's currently closed, doesn't go into the room. This goes in here, and here I would have to have a pressure indicator, 8 megapascals. Look at that. So yeah, how can I do this? I need 2 pipes. And is it meaningful what I'm doing here? I mean, this needs to be insulated, yeah, but shouldn't this also be insulated? I mean, this part should be insulated pipes. The gas that's coming out of here is very hot. Do I want to heat the room? I don't, so... I need to put insulated pipes there, man. Health low, well... Basically, what I'm currently doing is not possible. I can't really drink and eat with this high of a CO2 level. Then again, as long as I don't actually breathe, which acoustically speaking, I am definitely doing.
Air tank critical.
That too. Is this the best source? It's already polluted. Too bad I cannot see what's actually in my suit, gas-wise. Okay. Do I want the room's gas ever to get into this pipe? I don't think so. So let's use a one-way valve then. And what about this then? Same thing, no? I don't want the tank to stream back in here. Not that it really matters. But let's do that, why not? I can regret that later. It might be the first time ever they use these. Okay. Okay, let her rip. So this builds up pressure here because it can't go anywhere of gases that we like.
Hunger critical.
And here we're just losing everything to space, as was the goal. Now this looks like engineering. And then I need to put that into that part. But I want to let it build. Let's see what happens. The temperature in there is pretty hot. But the room doesn't care. It's insulated pipes. And once this is empty, I can pump in gas from the room with an active vent, which makes the thing faster and also is at the same time a valve. Active vent, please. Okay. Pressure here, 17 megapascals. Good thing we can just see that. No longer have to use a tablet. This is just being pumped, released into space. Or not. Looking good. So in this way the room cannot be, well, the room can be polluted by, what is this?
Welcome to Exosphere, the dark side of Seafarer.
Yeah, well, the goal is I want to pump the room's gas into this thing, and then I will only use the CO2 filter so that the CO2 goes into our little waste tank out there, whatever its pressure is at this point. Everything else, for example, oxygen, will be waste gas that goes here into outer space, except if I close that. And here I can let that into the room, and I realize that's not a wise way to do it, because there would be a lot of wasted O2 in here. I mean, maybe not a lot, but still. Maybe I should use an active vent here, which also saves us a bit of build here in that place. This seems reasonable. 50 megapascals. So now we know the pressure in the tank out there. It's very low. The less gas is in there, the faster it will cool. I think. Active vent. Can I stack these? No, okay. Hey, why is the ground here not yet covered? Where's my steel sheets? Yeah, active vent. No, don't turn the wrong valve. Wow. That is relatively quick. I didn't expect the tank to fill this quickly. I need a bigger tank, man. Yeah, the temperature, I believe, is falling more quickly. You can actually see it. This was not counting visibly earlier. Alright, let's eat something.
Hunger caution.
The room is actually pretty cold. What's happening? Why is the room so cold? What's happening? Wow, we have 0 degrees in here. Why is it so cold? Not good for the plants. Moderately well towards fruiting. Why is it so fucking cold in here? Where is that coming from? I mean, there's a simple solution. I can just, let's see, what do we have? We have 26 megapascals, that's not so good. I mean, the station will offer pressurize somewhat, but it's 164 degrees, so... That's one way to get it hotter in here. Degrees. Why is it getting colder? What is the reason? Is it a bug maybe? I mean, this cooling system is offline. I don't think that we had any power outages which would have left gas in here indefinitely, basically, and thus causing... I have an idea. The ice that stuffed in here and then the nitrogen that escaped increased the room pressure quite some, and maybe that was just cold. Maybe that was the reason. And I have no radiator. I have no heating system. I only have a cooling system, because when do we ever need cooling? When do we ever need heating? But yeah, good thing I still have the hot furnace gas. Not bad. Let's get some more of that then. This is closed. Pressure is building. It's a cool situation. That's a nice Stationeers moment. But boy, do we have the wrong mixture in here. Yeah, must have been the nitrogen from here.
Power critical.
I don't have any proper display yet of what's going on. It's all very, very basic still. This should be a 2 or 3 blocks high hall with some pillar here and some LEDs and some lights and so forth. And that would just be an information booth thing. And I would walk past and the actual stuff is in other places. That would be rather proper, I think. But that's like 20, 30, 50 hours down the road, I guess. So megapascals of pressure and it's pretty hot, so now it should be thriving towards fruiting, I think. Is thriving towards fruiting. So that was the problem. Now we can stop with these shenanigans because the station will get hot enough soon enough. 17 degrees is fine. Next step. Okay, we have this room over there. I need some plastic sheets to complete the door. And to complete the door, I might also need glass. I have glass. I need some more cables. What's the power doing? Yeah, what's the power doing? Why is this thing not yet programmed? Motherfucker, what am I doing? Does this thing have a name? It doesn't. How would I ever find out? Well, they are connected to the right logic network, that's how. So let's do that right now. Still some lines left, okay. Arc furnace. Let's just program that straight down here. Load batch into R0 from the station batteries. This time this goes into the tanks. I mean, you might say, why don't you leave that open, man? But you would have said that 10 minutes ago also, and the answer was, I suddenly realized it was way too cold in here. It's good to be prepared. Anyway, do I have the station batteries already mentioned somewhere? Yes, I do. Up there. That's not a good thing to program down here then. Also, maybe I should have a definition for that. Define, but small is not quite what they are, but you know. So, turn all those guys on, and now find out from all those guys the ratio average so that I know what the station's state is. And no, you cannot do that with a mix of the small and the large batteries. That won't work. What just happened? Something turned on, something clicked.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
My battery is empty. I was wondering what's with the light. Did I turn that off and so forth? No. Multiple things at the same time. Always fun when that happens. So that turned on because the furnace here is now cold enough so that I don't forget that. That's why I did that. I wonder if I also considered the pressure. I think so. Anyway, now that we have the diode slide, write batch to struct diode slide on 1 and SB the same thing. Setting R0. And why do I have that? Bad small no longer needed. So that should get that sorted. Hello. Okay. Which is of course now a constant 25 watts consumer, or is it even 50? $25 watts. Okay, that's empty. This is no longer on. Good. So I thought about this correctly. Turn this off.
Hydration critical.
Get rid of the pressure. Okay, now we have nitrogen and CO2 in there, lots of CO2, mainly CO2. Oh, it seems still a megapascal of pressure. Yeah, but anyway, we're gonna get that sorted. So what is the goal now? I want to purify the station's gas, so that we have more ratio oxygen in here and less pressure and less CO2. How do I do that? If I pump from here in here, I will get the station's gas in here. If I turn this on, I will get whatever I want straight. So I will get the CO2 here, and the waste gas, which is now not pollutant but whatever the station has, should be empty. Yeah. That waste gas will go here and will then be anything but CO2. And that's the goal. So I see the pressure is probably building. Yep. What do we have here? Yeah, I forgot one thing. I need to open this. So now we have 32.1% O2 ratio in here. Should now be increasing, at least ratio-wise. Wait, I'm doing it wrong. Sad face. Again, so I pump in from the station here. This guy pumps all the CO2 into, well, back into the room. That was glorious. Into that place, basically. So I leave that closed. And this needs to be on. The CO2 ratio should definitely decrease. I thought I had closed that. But whatever. I'm not even gonna watch the video to find out how I fucked up again. So ratio oxygen is increasing. Ratio CO2 is decreasing. Ratio nitrogen should also at least not be decreasing. Okay, looking good. We're getting some balance in here. Because we need some kind of automatic gas control system for a greenhouse that is yet to be built. Room pressure is decreasing. Let's see how if that normalizes if I stop putting gas in here. Should be a pressure display here also, shouldn't there be? Oh, there is a pressure display up there, 10 megapascals. Yep. 18 degrees, that's fine. CO2 still way too high. This is a longer operation.
Waste tank caution.
So what do I do with that guy now? Oh, simple. I have an extra place for this.
Waste tank critical.
Beyond the valve. Oh, this decreases rather slowly. What's happening? Okay, that's the pressure here. Let's get rid of that then. We might make that faster. Let's do the experiment again. Let's see if it slows down. So, pressure now is 2 megapascals. That's the pressure of the tank. If I would have a pump here that gets rid of the counter pressure that we have here, we would have higher throughput. Currently, 3, 2, 1. But as the pressure builds here, the filtration unit should be struggling more and more, so things should get slower and slower. It can be turned off, because it will take quite a while. Anyway. 6. 5. 4. 3. Okay, let's see if... Oh, the sun's back? Fuck me. I want to release that here. 1, 0... Yeah, okay, the counter pressure is definitely slowing down the process here. Let's leave that on then. And see to that we get some solar panels printed yesteryear. Needs gold. Do I still have gold somewhere? 5 grams, not quite. That stupid thing. 8 grams. Can take a little bit more out of this. How are we doing energy-wise? Oh, right, I can see that up here now. Now we have one solar panel. Where can I place that? For example, here on the roof. Is there room for that? I think there is. How many can I still print? 3 more here. Steel, I have enough. And copper also. And let's spit out some more gold. How many can I print now, gold-wise? Now 3 more. Which is 5 overall. Okay, the actual question is, how do I gather the energy, the electricity? Where do I place them? Yeah.
Health low.
I don't think we can place one there. Indeed not. Well, how about over here? I mean, it seems a bit weird to do that, but why not? Cable-wise, that's fine. Seems like a good idea. Makes it more interesting also. What's the direction? Power needs to be there, else I need to have some special programming again. I don't want that, so 2 more solar panels will soon be pumping in their power. Logic control. There it is.
Hunger caution.
Oh, come on, I need more cables. Is what she said. Okay, how are we doing here? That is very empty, but not absolutely. Pressure here is... Why is the pressure here? Oh, fuck me. Oh... I left this open the entire time. Most of the atmosphere is now out there in space. Oh. Fuck my life. If you even know the explanation for why this is so. But okay. Aha, now we're getting some pressure here. I was wondering. It was actually good that this thing was on at first, but later I stupidly turned that off, so lots of gas was now wasted into space. Fuck! Major fuck. How does this happen the whole time? Trying to look at after everything, but what am I asking? I know the reasons. I will not lay them out, because you think me crazy. Which you do anyway, but I mean there are degrees of craziness, you know.
Air tank low.
Well, looks like mining is back on the menu, boys, huh? But power is coming in. 1,000-ish watts. Yeah, I only have 2 solar panels at play right now. In play.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
Seven megapascals. And all of that will come back in its purified form. Is that still happening? Ratio 47. So the red one should actually turn off soon. God damn it, what a stupid fucking mistake. This annoys me hard. But okay, Satan. It's just the way it is. Now let's get the power too. Now we should have 2000 watts coming in. Can we see that from here? Not quite. Right, and about the deep miner, let's see if that tablet thingy is printable. Pressure near 25 kilopascals. Okay, let's check this again. This is closed now, finally, hilariously. And this is no longer pumping stuff in. That valve is closed, so it's not going up out into space there. This focusing on CO2, so we're getting rid of that. And should be able to breathe in here, actually.
Oxygen low.
Kinda. I mean, the ratio oxygen is fine, but the overall pressure is low. So the partial pressure is low. That's what partial pressure means. I mean, I have 100, let's say I have 50 kilopascals here in pressure. And 50% of that is oxygen. That means a partial pressure of 25 kilopascals for the oxygen, I think, and that's not enough. Sometimes the click sounds are a bit weird. Anyway, so power coming in 2000-ish watts. We have 3 more solar panels to play with. The thing is here being charged now with 2000 watts for a long time. I need to mine for gold. So let's prepare for a big ass mining run. I wanted to print a proper mining belt, already have here. Then we have this for the iron. I can actually take that with me. Cooling system is working. What are the plants doing?
Air tank critical.
And yeah, that's a thing to consider. Good that this actually just happened. 9 megapascals here. Aha, now we can kind of breathe in here, but that was not the goal. The goal was to get rid of the very high... Ow! The CO2 ratio is down to 1%. I cannot legitimately breathe in here. I mean, the O2 ratio is a bit high. If that is my attitude now, that I want to have that mixture, then I need to set down this threshold, right? Wasting a bit less of electricity. This shows how important automation really is.
Power low.
So I said that the ratio oxygen shall be, if it's less than
Hunger critical.
23%, let's be strict. It should be 20. I mean, it should be basically 20%, like it is here on Earth. Yeah, let's go for I mean, the station pressure isn't that high. Let's go for 30 for now. Export. Yet it is still on. Why? What's the rule still? Less than 15 degrees Celsius? No. More than 25 degrees? No. Is it greater than 100? No. Is it less than 50? Yes. The gas pressure in this room is too low. Why? Because I fucked up. That's why. Yeah, that's the solar eclipse. Earth eclipse, what's this? Oh, the temperature in the pipe. Yeah, it's so little gas in there that it can indeed cool down to negative degrees. Not really a problem, because there's basically no gas left in there. Which means that this dude will turn off very soon. Yeah, can I hook up the other solar panels? That would be cool. I don't think so. I need more
Oxygen low. Low pressure.
cables and such.
Oxygen critical.
And the goal certainly
Pressure
was
critical.
to have them up here. Is this operational? Let's see. Gas sensor. Do I have a gas sensor here? Can be placed on the ground, but I forgot it, so that's one thing. Nothing that needs to be on the ceiling, so I can place them right here. Okay. I have 3 though. Win some, lose some. Can't go for perfection right now. Case in point. I don't have too much glass.
Oxygen low.
What is happening?
Oxygen critical.
Didn't even hear the warning. Water run.
Low pressure.
Okay. And it's not decreasing because my suit temperature is set to 25 degrees target. In other words, it's not using this to cool me, so I don't even have to turn on and off the devices. As long as my helmet is open, of course. Now I need to consider... Oh man, this was wasting electricity this whole time. See, that's why automation is important. And writing down things. I mean, overestimating oneself easily happens. You maybe, yes, me maybe, but it easily happens. Let's take a short break. I mean, not you. Ha! But you haven't. Let's continue. Alright, so I have my oxygen. I have to eat again. This is getting ridiculous. I want to try to cable up the solar panels if possible. Huh. What just happened? Nothing happened. I just made the sound for no reason because of a game bug.
Hunger caution.
So how are we looking? Oxygen 48.7%. This is now empty. This is off. So when I suck the last bit out of it is what she said. So I said under one of my videos to someone who just was responding something pretty stupidly. Yeah, I said the faggot in one of the videos, and then he was actually language policing. This is hilarious. I mean, seriously, as if not everybody who doesn't have their brain in a dog's ass understand by now that language is a matter of context, and indeed meaning of the word of words is also a matter of context. But I guess that was not even the objection there. To whom I responded that the only way for me to demonstrate my innocence, or the best way for me to demonstrate my innocence, is to to do things that would commonly be considered to be guilt or make one guilty, is the best way to demonstrate my innocence. And that is something that I indeed want to reiterate here, you faggots. So, cables. I need more cables. Soon enough I need to mine. What are the batteries doing? Well, they're being charged with like 2000 watts, which isn't too many watts. I need more. Good thing I have these here. way not enough cables and I don't have the gold to print them now. Now what? Shite. Sure. Well, some big-ass mining run has to happen. Soon enough. 9 megapascals pure oxygen, good. So I can just swap that out and shut that down, by the way. Why is this still on? Oh, because it has to be on, because of the chip. The chip that runs the station, you know? Man, this is such a... I mean, such a fickle setup. The immediate survival has been solved, but that's all. Do I want to print some more cables? 50 is a bit much. Do I need 100 cables now? Let's print 40. Do I have the gold for those cables? I do not. But at least I can connect the logic. Then again, connecting the logic is just a mistake. Then I would think, hey, they're cabled up, so I don't have any problems with that. No, because they would be looking at the sun. But I guess I'll be awake enough, at least for that, to realize that, I mean, power is a primary concern currently, so... Come on, let me in. Okay, the dues are turning. Let's prepare the mining run then. It needs to be done. I hoped to no longer have to do this, but I underestimated my slowness when it comes to building solar panels and such. And now I don't have any gold. I mean, I thought I had so much, but I don't. What I could do, of course, is I could put this in the shredder, is put in the centrifuge, and in the end, I think, I'm not sure, but I think I should get out gold and whatever else was in there. Not all of it, but part of it. That should be possible, I think. By the way, there's some gold still. So that's my iron thing. And then we have empty ones. I think I took an extra battery last time, which this time I do have even. Cool. That's it, I cannot connect them.
Hydration critical.
Okay then. Pretty low pressure in here. Stupid, the tool belt cannot be put into the tool slot. That annoys. Okay, I don't want to lose my way. I want to take with me then therefore the tracker cartridge, which I have, so good. Now about the power. This one's charging pretty slowly, isn't it? What's the mining drill doing? Not too full. Now this charges with 1000 watts. So these things are pretty strong when it comes to charging batteries. I should consider actually to have a wall with 3 or 4 of these guys solely for the purpose of charging batteries. Not the dumbest idea ever. It's the fastest way to charge them. Not quite. Would be nice if you could see the battery level by just pointing at these like this, which would also make it easier to see, okay, this doesn't have a battery, this doesn't have a battery, this has a battery, and so forth. That would be nice. So we have some large batteries reserved here. Power-wise, that's fine. Lots of space. For example, outer. And then we have enough filters for one run, definitely. The waste tank should be emptied.
Waste tank critical.
Then we have oxygen here, aplenty. This is still on. Why? Because the pressure is too low. My smelty belt. Oh, I still had some here. Okay, this saves a bit of electricity. Sun's high up, we are getting in 2000 watts and the batteries are charging, but not quite as much as I'd hoped. Well, and I don't have the gold to hook up more of the solar panels despite everything being ready, basically. It's ridiculous. It would be cool if I could just quickly find a little bit, I know I need to drink something, a little bit of gold, like, and then get back to the station immediately to hook up the... Oh, I think there's gold over there. It's glittering in the sun. Yeah, there's gold. When I say right over there, I mean inside the same crater, on the side that's on the wall that's closer to my station. But it's still quite a ways away. The scales have changed. I mean, the new terrain system is beautiful. Beautiful thing. Then hook up the other solar panels and then we do the mining run. Oh, there's more? I mean, gold is really a shortcoming of my mining runs so far, so... It's good if I get a bunch of gold right away. certainly more gold here. I think. So with 90% volume, let's do the comparison again. When I say some stuff, yeah, I hear it. There's definitely a tangible difference, and I think the difference is actually just as much as it needs to be, so that the game isn't too quiet, but it's also not that loud anymore. So it makes enough of a difference that it is not actually too quiet, but it's also not that loud anymore. Yep, that should be an improvement. Any more gold here? Yeah, there's more gold here. Maybe there's more here, but I can't find it. Okay. And on the way back there was more. There were two heaps even, I think. Yeah, this one and that one over there. Ping pong, ping pong. Too bad the game doesn't have any hint of global illumination, which I don't quite get. I mean, look at this. This complete blackness here. Shouldn't it be at least slightly illuminated? Calculation-wise, pretty simple. It's currently day. So there should just be some kind of ambient light level that is not zero. And the moon actually had that before. And then they changed it. It's not even a matter of the new terrain system, or maybe it mattered. Maybe it happened as part of developing this. But it was still on the old terrain system that the moon turned basically black in its dark areas. And I don't like that. It's too dark. Yeah. Also, I said this a few times, Minecraft has a grid-based lighting thing. There's a torch here, so the next grid field will be bright, but not as bright as the torch, and so forth and so on. And then they smoothed that out while rendering. So I mean, after a community mod, which I have been using, and many people have been using, when Mojang, actually the developers of Minecraft, actually thought, nah, we want to keep that raw and rough, pixel block-wise, and then thankfully they eventually reconsidered and put that mod in as a standard thing. So we had smooth pixel lighting from place to place, despite the underlying information only being on a grid scale. In this same way, I think Stationeers could have global illumination by calculating some reasonable lightness of actually every world block, and then deriving some per pixel transition. Basically, it's pretty simple math, I think. Ambient light level, ambient light level, that's this light here, which is currently completely, it's not completely black, it's very, very dark, but it's anyway, since there's so much light around here, the grid overall would be bright in this area, and so the ambient light level there could also be brighter, and that would feel like global illumination without having to go through the motions of actually calculating proper global illumination. I think it's a relatively cheap thing to implement, but on that level I have not yet developed games, so I cannot really tell. Sun's already so high up in the sky. Well, okay, I was talking about a day-night cycle that lasts 9 hours, which would give us like 4 hours of daytime, not 4.5, because I mean, when the sun is occurring on the horizon, is that really already daylight for us?
Waste tank caution.
So yeah, so we would have to have tons of batteries. I wouldn't want to use the coal burner because that is such a cheat.
Health low.
So I would have to use different sources of power, and that would then probably be solar. And I mean, what else would you use on the moon? Or maybe burning some gas, using gas generators too, that's an option. And then there's hypothetically the option for using the Stirling engine, which I have not yet used. Actually, there's also the gas fuel generator, which I have also not yet used. I mean, I've toyed with them a bit, but not actually. I mean, other people are saying, well, if you're on this world, just make this, no, and then it works, no. But I can't do that because I don't have the experience yet. I should get the experience, of course, but here is my standard problem. For whatever reason, I often start new playthroughs. In this situation here, that makes sense. We have a new world system. Yeah, let's take a look at that then. But I often do that when it's not necessary. And the reasons for that are complex. Not gonna go into all that stuff. There will be a time for me to tell you pretty super interesting things. I mean, you will find them maximally interesting. But that time isn't now. Alas, I cannot yet speak about that stuff. Why not? What will happen? If I would say that would be, you know, it's like spoilers, movie spoilers. You don't have to say the thing, actually, to say the thing, so I cannot even give you the reason why. How about oxygen? How are we doing? 8 megapascals, so let's put some more of this stuff in there. So when I go mining, I can use a fresh tank. My time will come. We haven't seen anything yet. Nothing really. We're talking scales for which you don't have units yet. Literally. Looking good. I mean, I know it's not enough, but very close to it. 1, 2, 3 cables. Haha! And immediately, Shazam! Now we should have 4,000 watts coming in. I need to also program my manufactories so that when they're done producing, that they turn off automatically. Is the gold done? It's not. Fuck me. How far are we then? Well, that's the thing. I don't have to wait for the gold to be done either. Should of course be done with a switch. Well, and this guy can then, in my absence, print lots of... How much watts are coming in? 3,000? Yeah, of course, not 4,000. I only added 1,000 watts. But we have 3,000 watts coming in. That's good. No copper? God damn it. Okay, let's go mining.
critical.
Yeah, well, the waste tank can actually not be emptied like this anymore. It's something I have to accept. So yeah, the infrastructure in the station does need a lot of work. Don't print all of it now, it just wastes electricity when I'm not here. Okay. We have all the mining stuff. Let's refresh the drill, which is at 100%. How did it do that? Refresh my battery. I will put the cables in. Then we need to start the tracker. And I also want to take an extra battery with me just in case. Which is this battery. Which is now at 100%. Repair the cable so I don't have to have forgotten that. So 6 solar panels. I tripled the capacity of solar power coming in. Batteries are being charged as fuck, that's good. Let's go mining. Oh, and check the tablet whether the tracker is actually working. It is. Save. Go. Do we have a new quick save? We do. Nickel, why not? During mining runs, the music can be a bit more loud. Maybe not this loud necessarily. But okay. It's boring. Okay, that was wrong. Lead. Okay. Damn, I forgot to eat. Good thing I'm very close to the station still. How's the video doing? 327 views, 7 comments, 20 25 likes, 100% ratio. Did I overlook a comment? I did not. Okay.
Jetpack low.
I think I should actually print some more mining backpacks. And I forgot to turn this off. So I can bring a fresh canister. That's not bad. Let's say 2 more. 3? I'm not gonna survive 3 anyway. Food and all that. But okay, let's make 3.
Hunger caution.
How full is the battery? 97, 94, okay. I don't think that what I'm doing right now is necessary. Okay, mining drill. Enough stuff. Battery, oxygen, waste canister, why not? Maximized to the brim. Except water is of course down again. Wonder if I should take one of these. Alright. There was some copper over here. Let's just take that. Oh, gold even. Hello. Coal. Call me Nat King Cole. What frustration that I pumped out the station gas into the open. Oh my goddammit, I actually installed that for the very purpose and then I forgot to close it. That's so stupid. But I mean, it shows that we need a proper system, something properly architected, properly designed. So once all the necessary things are done, like a battery room with advanced batteries, advanced furnace room before that, of course, and maybe a greenhouse room already, or is that something for later? I should start to lay the foundation for an actual, station building to live in. And on the foundation, then I would start building infrastructure, not yet inside a house, not yet inside a building, so that everything grows, kind of like I would program something, put the necessary stuff there and puzzle piece together the rest, instead of possibly making wrong decisions that restrict you. Yep. Fun that you can actually toss an entire mining backpack in a furnace and then, well, everything will be smelted. So I could make, for example, a shit ton of steel. How much is that even? 1, 2, 3, map. So, what is it? Wait, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 by 6 is 24. So that's the 3/4, and 1/4 would then be, well, divided by 4, 6. I would need 6 stacks of coal, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I just done goofed. Eight stacks of coal. And then I would have steel for a while. And why not? As long as I have enough iron left for other tasks, why should that not be the approach I use? Just make the maximum amount of steel, a whole fucking pack. Why not? Okay, we got a full iron backpack. I definitely do not have too much copper. So let's mine that then.
Jetpack low.
What? Already? Oh, not good. There was gold over here, I think. Yeah, it gives some vastness experience. I mean, look, we're on the moon and everything is so big, but it's just one crater. Oh, silver! I don't have too much silver either.
Jetpack low.
I don't understand why it makes the jetpack low statement. I mean, I'm not excreting any gases. Or is my... Oh! This might actually mean that my suit is not completely tight.
Jetpack low.
That might actually be what it means. I mean, I could find out if I could find out if I deconfigure the airlock and just stand in there for a while. I mean, why would it say jetpack low? Because the atmospheric situation in which I find myself has changed, and how would it? I'm in a vacuum, and that's the point. And also it is too low for the jetpack to properly function with a little bit of gas that it could put out, or something along those lines.
Jetpack low.
So there needs to be some gas change here. How can that be? Possibly my suit isn't tight. Who knows? No, I didn't mine ice when I started on that whole rent. Oh, cool, yeah, give me. Should have printed the security printer by now, but there's so many things to do. Of course, I haven't done all the things I should have done.
Jetpack low.
Of course, those who would be actually watching this would object that, yeah, but you should also have done the things that you have done in a different order. Maybe. Probably. Yep. So that goal that I saw, where is it? Nice. Okay, maybe we want to leave this crater for a moment now that we are this close to the wall and see what's beyond. Gold. Silver, oh. Okay, let's first dig a little like this, because I guess it will fall out of my hands, and when it does that, it shouldn't roll into the crater. That would suck. Then again, yeah. I mean, seriously, we could actually transport goods like these by letting them roll down a mountain. So I could have a deep miner up here, just spit out its stuff, it rolls down into the you know. And then the trick is to gather that. We can have, of course, these, what's their face, well, we have the SDB silo, and SDB is actually the initials of the community member who came up with these, which were then incorporated into the game. I just don't know what the name was, though. But anyway, SDB silo, and then we have the SDB hopper. What's the SDB hopper advanced? I didn't even know there was a thing. Cartridge. Is the Deep Miner cartridge mentioned here? Tracker, plant analyzer, ore scanner. Ore scanner, no. Ore scanner. Color, we know these. Network analyzer, GPS. Deep Miner, there it is! There's the Deep Miner cartridge. And just in case I can't print that yet, because I forgot to put the recipe in, you know what, I'm just gonna conjure one. And things spawn. And if I can actually print that, then I will print one and put it in the locker for shredding, so. Behold, the Deep Miner cartridge. Deep Miner region scanner. Region crater Vesper, so that's where we started. And then we see the coordinates, in other words, this thing is pretty
Jetpack low.
well, it replaces the GPS cartridge, doesn't it? Ore composition Silicon 1. Silicon 1? What do you mean Silicon 1? Huh. Anyway, so there's no way yet to print that thing. I think we can see that here. So me just doing this magically is not so bad. Just wonder why it's at the same time apparently a deep GPS cartridge, because that smells a bit as if the GPS cartridge will either be removed completely, which I don't feel they would be doing, or which is what I'd rather assume, that the Deep Miner cartridge is one that requires advanced resources to print. Basically need to put a short video out showing that Deep Miner cartridge. What am I doing? This is wrong. This is not the way to do it. So enough of that.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low. Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Once I eventually have the advanced furnace, I will aim to print lots of nuclear batteries. Fuck off with that. Hey, FFmpeg, for those who don't know, I mean, it's a pretty commonly used software which I have had basically never heard of, or almost never. I mean, sometimes I hear of such thing and it just goes in one ear out the other. But this command line tool is super capable, and for example, if I would now stop this recording and start another one, I could connect these two. Okay, thank you, that is lamb. Which will of course be a copyright problem. Let's not do that. Where was I? Yeah, FFmpeg. So I can just connect the two files without recoding. It doesn't have to recalculate any frames, it doesn't have to recompress, it will just connect them both to one file. Which is relevant because the file format I'm using here is, maybe I could use a different one, maybe it's really my mistake, but I tried out with ops so many times, and there were so many factors. Now it's fast enough, compression is fine. I mean, this is real-time video compression, so not bad. And so forth. So that if there would be now a power outage, the entire recording would be lost, because when the recording is completed, then some things will be written into it afterwards, some directory information, I don't know what it is. And so if I would now stop the recording, I would have that safe and could connect it with the next one. But I mean, I will just rely on the power not being out, because I basically never have power outages here. Because this is not Los Angeles, right? What a hilarious state. But Germany is really trying to be a failed state, like in Los Angeles, as hard as it can be. So, there's that. I hate this country by now. But okay, let's not get political. It doesn't help. I mean, if I would go political, I would also start talking about, have you heard that the United States just attacked Iran. Yeah, bombed some nuclear facilities or whatever, which is a big deal, and so forth. But now that I'm gonna come back from my vacation, I know that by the end of next week I will have some newly calibrated, strong views on things, which I will then be tossing at you. I know you don't want that, or you may want that, and well, that's the way it is then. because, I mean, some people have understood by now, this is not a Stationeers channel. This is my channel, which happens to, in these years, be primarily Stationeers. That is what's going on. That's why it's not called Stationeers for noobs or Stationeers like it should be played or whatever. No, I'm not saying that I'm playing it like it should be played. There are people out there who do that, whose stations I envy, who don't start over the whole time, who know how to use phase change for cooling, not just conceptually like I do, and so forth and so on. But anyway, it's called something else, and yeah.
Jetpack low.
That has its reasons. I laid that out sometimes. Trying to clarify, trying to make you understand who you are. But, yeah, let's not go there again. Well, I currently feel a bit bored, so let's ramble on that stuff again. If anyone's annoyed by that, I'm sorry. I mean, I could just shut up, that's possible.
Jetpack low.
I think. Is that possible? Let's see. No. Okay, so I mean, in recent years, I have actually become aware that my general pretty strong belief that we are living in a theistic existence, where actually, who is the creator? You and I, everybody. But, you know, we are the one dude who is experiencing himself subjectively, collectively, you know? I have actually realized that that there are actually some logical reasons that can be added up that lead to a theistic worldview. And the arguments therein I have never heard from anyone ever yet. Only from me so far. So maybe there's indeed new shit in that whole debate thing. Who knows? There are of course some assumptions in there which are not yet proven by science. But that's also an interesting thing. My assumption, I have a huge assumption about the world. My assumption is that Newton's third law applies to the mind. Not just within the mind, which it obviously does, because if you have a strong load of belief, for example, strong emotional belief in one direction, then if some contrary information comes along, it will just not have enough power to convince you. So that's something that's going on. Also, if we could consider each other and ourselves, our own selves, to be inert objects drifting in space, just for the sake of the following argument, then you could say there's someone approaching you, trying to convince you that something is the fact or whatever. Like atheists, for example, drifting inertly in space, and someone coming along and saying, "Hey, Christ is real, repent, repent." To which the atheists will not even groan, I guess. If they are adult enough, they will just, I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't counter-argue. I mean, rip them a new one for all you want. I hate religion. But, I mean, you know, they will just not be moved on that, whatever their trajectory is. And if someone enters a room of people who believe one thing, or have one debate going on, or one flavor, or just mood maybe going on, and now wants to shift that completely to a different direction, they have to bring the energy. And that energy doesn't mean like
Hydration.
To be a bit especially intense and loud about it, but rather to you know, puzzle piece that in there logically, you know, with the right terminology, the right words and so forth. But I've learned something. I mean, I want to say that Newton's third law applies to the realm of the mind, not just within the mind, where there's a load here that needs to be overcome by another load, else it will not really, the direction will not really change, no matter whether the information is coming into your ears from someone else or your eyes, or whether it's just your own thoughts. For example, there might be some guilt going on, or some guilt feeling that you don't want to meet without being conscious of it. So the fact that you're not conscious of it might actually be caused by the fact that if you'd be conscious of it, that would already start the feeling. You don't want the feeling. That feeling has lots of energy, and shazam, it overcomes your capacity to realize that you're guilty. You know, that kind of stuff is going on. That's how the mind works. You know it, you know it, you know it. You wouldn't describe it as such, but, well, for that you have me. Anyway, but I believe it also applies to the mind externally. Like stage fright, for example, is an experience, in my opinion, not just on a psychological level, but that you're experiencing the physical crossroads in reality that are opening up before you, and thus the high energy involved to go either this or that way, for example. But where did I want to go? I wanted to say something new. Third law, realm of the mind. Someone comes in, tries to convince you. Is something very big, I think. Let's say someone has good arguments for something or against something, and they approach someone who believes otherwise, but who has this a completely different belief. You might tell them these arguments, and then they will not accept them, even though they are so reasonable. What's more, they will probably be aggressive about it or call you a Nazi or whatever stupid terminology. I mean, that's something that came up in recent years. When just, you know, when you throw some arguments at someone, and I will not start with that whole political stuff right now again, because, my God, could I talk about that? But where there are good arguments against something or for something, but if you would utter them, the people would just throw energy at you, because rationality is not what they have as a counter-argument. So they would either shut off, or they would ban you, or they would say, this is trolling, or whatever, or they would call you a Nazi, just because the consequence of them accepting the argument is they don't want that. So what you're meeting there is something pretty profound. You're meeting will. You're just meeting will itself. People normally mask that in supposedly rational arguments, supposedly rational thinking, and so forth. But often enough, that's really just fake. It's just a lie. It's just like when someone says, well, Christ is real. Here's a good argument, a good example. When they say, well, there needs to be a first cause, which arguably there has to be, but I don't want to go into those murky waters, but it could be argued maybe. But let's ignore that. The point is, there would be that argument, and then from there, they would leap and say, and therefore, the carpenter who glues on your ear if it has been cut off, while they were trying to fetch you for the crucifixion. Which is not quite the logical leap that I would call sound, but they would call that sound enough. Because, see, they don't give a fuck whether it's sound. They just want to give it's just an example. We don't have to shit on Christians, but in particular right now, it's shit on all religions and religious people, therefore. Because, I mean, how the fuck can you fall for that crap? I mean, having theism, like I do, that's one thing. I thought about things, I observed things, I have an opinion. But being programmed because you were born in that place or to those parents, and then you're just regurgitating stuff, and then you're trying to just amplify that with supposedly rational arguments, how is that not just low, man? Particularly for this topic. I mean, if it's flat Earth or whatever, that's one topic, one thing, though that's certainly a more radical belief, because there's so many things that you can experience in everyday life, or with some simple observations that tell you the Earth is not flat, motherfucker. Whereas the belief, there is a God, he sees you masturbate and has a strong opinion on that, particularly depending on what material you're using for this particular endeavor. And also, he is Jesus, and he is his father and his son, and both of them, but also the Holy Spirit. But they are not one, but they're one. But they're not one, but they're one. But they're not one, but they're one. But they're not one, but they are one. Also, none of this makes sense, except I can make sense of it actually. I mean, for example, God wants to know what it is like to love humans, because he has born this world, and now it has evolved far enough, and civilization has grown far enough, and now he decides, okay, maybe it's time really to get this show on the road, you know, because ultimately there's supposed to be heaven, I'm gonna love the guys, and blah blah blah. It was a great idea to create other souls. Yeah, I am a soul, there. Now let's create other souls, one an achievement, and then love them. Yeah, let's do that. So let's build this big engine that I call universe, which ultimately breeds biological life, which breeds souls, which will then I will take out of this place where they have been born to take them to a completely different place, as if that makes any sense. And now, to know what it's like to love them, what's necessary for that, let me just find out what it is to be human, and then even uphold my positive relationship towards the people, while I'm even being treated in a way that humans should never be treated. And then, oh great, it is accomplished, and I remember again my divinity, and now I can return to my divine realm and start this whole blah 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 blah. You know, that's the short version. Basically an alien, you know. That's a good explanation, right? I don't believe in that crap, I'm just saying. And see, I don't have a problem with and no one should have a problem with thinking through stuff like that, despite that being against their own beliefs, because if they are kind of fearing that just means that they don't have a good foundation. If you are strong in your belief, let's just say if these informational structures in your mind, which lead you to have a certain worldview or not having a certain other worldview, are strong, then why should you not make them even stronger, possibly by exposing them to a detailed view of the other perspective? But if people are not willing to basically see how the other side could be true, then this means that their own version is weak and is only possibly consisting of very raw, coarse, macroscopic, not microscopic, macroscopic puzzle pieces. So weak. But mine isn't, so I have no problem with looking at that and with looking at any perspective, you know. Though at some point I just deem that a waste of time. It comes with the territory. So, come to the belief that Newton's third law applies to the realm of the mind, and that currently we're experiencing some apocalyptic situation on this planet where the question of how to coexist and how not to coexist, which was, if you actually look at it, mankind's endeavor for the last 10,000 or for all of mankind's existence so far, that's what mankind was trying to find out. How to exist properly, how to coexist properly. Why? Well, the original driver, of course, was suffering and pain and all of that, but thankfully, that is not just an aspect of human life, but it is a coordinate on an axis. And that axis, as all we know, particularly those who don't fear to, experience pleasure every once in a while, goes from total pain to total pleasure. And we probably haven't ever experienced total pain or total pleasure yet, thankfully, or at least in part, thankfully, or maybe in both parts, because maybe total pleasure, guess what? That might actually be so strong we would go crazy because we have to grow into that. Maybe, who knows? Anyway, so that is an axis, and therefore trying to escape, learning to escape suffering in whatever form, ultimately is to learn pleasure, to learn to find the pathway to a better existence. And since avoidance of suffering also comes hand in hand with learning the symmetry between people, as in I don't want to do to you, you should not do to me, blah blah blah, for better coexistence, this also means that we will become more proficient at being better coexistence participants, instead of just avoiding to be stolen from, or avoiding to be killed by someone else, or killing the other guy so that they can't kill us and so forth. We have quite matured over the history, and yeah, that's a good thing. But the question always was how to exist / how to coexist properly, and as long as you're only thinking in very rough terms, like let's not get murdered, or let's not steal, or maybe let's be nice to the woman instead of just taking the club and abducting her to reproduce and for fun and so that she cooks, else she will get the club again. That is how it was at some point. By the way, when I say these, that's what she said, and so forth, I mean, sometimes you can gather some data points that suggest that I'm kind of a misogynist, which is not true. I mean, it's just too implicit for me to even bother to try to pretend as if I'm an ally of women. Dude, I'm a person, of course I am, you fucking idiot. Of both sides, of whatever side, basically. As long as it's a sane coexistence. If you're a piece of shit, then you're a piece of shit, but that's in turn not related to black, white, man, woman, la 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 la. That's unrelated, so why even bring that up? As long as the coexistence parameters were very coarse, very rough, very simple, it was basically easy to come up with the right way to do that. And also to come up with some kind of legislation where they put that into rules. Because, I mean, the golden rule is basically a good basically the best way we have found to coexist. Don't be an asshole toward others and hope that they will not be assholes towards you. But game theory, dude, you have to do that first or anyway, because that's the best way. Take the energy out of the situation, and if the others are not as good as that, well, then you're a hero. And if they're even better than you, then, well, anyway. The best way to make things better is to just, the flatter we get this ocean, the easier it will be to remove the remaining assholes from the equation by turning them into un-assholes, or hoping that nature will turning them into, well, a tree or
Jetpack low.
Wheat maybe, or weed maybe, and yeah, it's an herb, man. So we have found that to be the best way to coexist, and I would even go a step further. I think that the correct way really to phrase the golden rule is to say, "Thy will be done." I mean, you can phrase it differently, but ultimately, I don't want to stand in the way of the happiness of your emotion. Basically, I mean, ultimately, when let's say someone hurts you physically, that is emotionally negative towards you. Let's say someone hurts you emotionally but doesn't hurt you physically. That is also negatively to you. What I'm getting at in short is, I think emotion, I know that emotion is primary and the physical is secondary. I'm not saying that the physical is necessary, but I'm saying that ultimately the goal is, do not hurt anyone's emotion. This stuff with the not physical hurting comes implicitly. It's implied. When I'm telling you don't, I mean, you know that, I'm not telling you, you know that. Don't hurt anyone's emotion if possible. Now, there are of course degrees to that. What if there's some people out there who are completely crazy? What if I'm saying religious people are stupid, they shouldn't do this thing? That is hurting emotionally. So that is me violating that rule. But of course, you have to keep this whole don't hurt others emotionally in balance with everything else. And I think the best world, where, for example, everybody's emotion is free and unhurt, is one, for example, where we do not have religion. I believe that religion is a significant contributor to the suffering in the world. Significant. Really, you have no idea. You have no idea why? Because Newton's third law applies to the realm of the mind, and thus we're all blinded from it. Because we shall be. Because there's a huge energetic load in the world wanting us to not see. Yeah, that reaches everybody. So billions of people wanting to have this stupid death cult means that the other billions of people are basically blinded from the significance of that. And also, ultimately, I mean, let's assume for a second that this Newton's third law thing is true in general, that it applies to the mind versus the physical and otherwise reality, as if we're living basically in a space that is consisting of will, wink wink nudge nudge, then it would mean that this realization would be basically the last one that we have, because that would have so huge implications. I mean, think about it. The realization that we're all living in a will space, that would mean that probably this entire world is theistic. This in turn might lead to a scientific or otherwise ability to investigate that, because how would we even know that we're living in a will space, that all that exists is will, that the physical reality is will? You might think, well, how can the physical reality be will? Well, it's relatively simple to imagine. So, I mean, if you, for example, have a thought, and that thought leads to an idea, and then you decide to pursue that idea, all of that is ultimately the same thing. It is emotion in its various forms. In its most simple form, like I want to do, I don't want to do, or I feel like this or feel like that. In the more crystallized form, where you're pushing for thoughts, where the emotion is strengthening itself, is amplifying itself to the level of, yeah, let's think about that and so forth. Ultimately, just emotion. But if you have had an idea, this idea now exists in your head, or as they say, a door in the mind that has opened can never be closed again. Well, in principle. So in this way, you could say that this idea now exists in your mind and it affects you. Now let's say the entire universe would be mind, then matter could be basically an idea that cannot be unthought. and so the mind is affected by it. In this way, which you might think is ridiculous, but is the actual truth, this matter could just be mind. But let's go back to the actual topic, the topic being basically the apocalyptic situation that we're in. So Newton's third law, if you would understand that this actually applies to the mind versus reality and so forth, that would have huge impact, and therefore if this law is true, which I happen to know it is, this means that our realization that it is true would basically be the last thing we have, because of all the huge implications. The energy lifted by that, you know? I mean, no matter how good your arguments against slavery and mistreating others for the color of their skin and such, mistreating white people for the color of their skin, mistreating black people for the color of their skin, mistreating and so forth. I mean, currently in this day and age, still the world has slaves, black slaves, white slaves, Chinese, all of that exists, it's still there. Just because we are not generally talking about it. Hey, it didn't come on the news, so it didn't happen. Ha ha ha! Really? Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Yeah, our news cycle is ridiculous.
Hydration critical.
But see, that's all for the clicks, you know. Someone needs to pay for these news stations, which are pumping out stuff 24/7, and so the goal is to make money, and so the goal is to say the right things, not necessarily the true things, the relevant things, the things that you should also know, but the right things. So I should go back soon. How far is this? 300 meters, okay. Health is good. So, it was okay, I'm saying that that will be done. I don't want to stay in the way of your emotional well-being. That is actually the true way really to phrase the golden rule. That's its true meaning. You don't want to get someone else's emotion negativized by you without good reason. Well, that's what it is. That's what that is. And that was pretty easy when we were talking about rough things like thou shalt not rape and all that. But now we're living in an age where certainly we're aware of our own emotion and of each other's emotion on a much more high resolution level, which is good because the goal is to not violate that, and so we want to know as much as we can about our own and each other's emotional apparatus to make sure that we have the best possible self-experience, and so that we can avoid fucking up someone else's self-experience. That's what this is, and so things become more and more complicated. And so, again and again, as mankind has realizations as to how and how not to coexist, the implementation at first is a bit clumsy, where suddenly speech is prohibited because it could hurt someone. But then ultimately we hopefully realize once again free speech trumps basically everything, because, I mean, the most important thing is truth. Therefore, the most important thing for us as a people, as a person, is to understand and logically think, and to communicate and think also as a collective. Therefore, the neurons that we are individually versus the brain that we are as a collective, we must be able to exchange our information. Therefore, free speech trumps all, basically. There are exceptions, I guess. Hey, fire! When everybody's panicking, and I was just expressing my feelings that the film is on fire in the theater, whatever. So we're living in an age where it's very hard to implement that, but we're coming to terms again, and I guess there will be even higher resolutions being tossed into this pond, another stone pond thrown into this, and so we will once again have to come to terms. And so it will be. And that's what's happening. That's always happening. And the resolution is getting higher and higher. But ultimately, we are entering an age where we are realizing that what is actually of utter importance to us, to ourselves, and to each other is the will itself. The will itself. The emotion itself. We will also understand, I mean, you will, I have understood that emotion and will are the same thing. Why do we use different words then? It's for different scales. It's basically, we're saying steam and we're saying water, both mean the same, only different aggregate states. I think that's a good way to put it. Is this still recording? It is. 3 hours only. Huh, thought it was longer. Yeah. And And so that makes it, but thankfully we also now have technological reasons to come to terms with the problem of will, and that technology is called artificial intelligence, where we are now expected on an economic job survival, everyday life level, maybe not you yet, but it's coming, to be able to know what we want and to tell in words that make sense to someone else conclusively what it is that we want, so that we can get more shit done. So
Hunger critical.
we will now become aware of our will much more. So that's interesting. I mean, for the longest time, mankind was trying to basically free the individual and collective will, like get out of suffering. So what is the ultimate will that we have? To be happy. Yep. That's it. That's all. Boring. But, well, the cosmos of potential things that make us happy is infinite, as is the cosmos of things that make us suffer. Both of them are infinite. But you should look at this like a ball with a positive and a negative hemisphere. And we, as a civilization, we are like I don't know, some let's say some spherical energetic field, like a blob, like a ghostly apparition, overlaying. Let's go home. This sphere, and we're now drifting and blobbing towards the higher half, towards the bright half of that. We're still pretty much in the negative, I know, but we're drifting higher and higher, more and more to the higher half of that, where we actually want to be. And ultimately, we will manage to basically, as individuals and as a people, only live on that half, that we have basically exterminated suffering. That is the goal, isn't it? That doesn't mean the potential goes away, so all meaning stays, all importance stays. Like when I have automated my station, and will every once in a while be thankful to be have to be reminded that there's at least a potential, and wow, good thing I have this automation here. But I'm deeply, strongestly convinced, in other words, I know that this perpetuated, regurgitated stupid meme that people keep saying all the time, that you need to have suffering so that you can appreciate happiness, is bullshit. It's bullshit. It is just, see, you have to be awake, man. Wake up your mind. I don't mean woke, I mean be actually awake. When you look at things, when you look at suffering, when you look at happiness, you realize that the fact that, for example, when you have had sex, you usually have to take a break before that is fun again. And that aspect itself is, I wouldn't call it suffering, but I would call it certainly not, that's something that is improvable, right? Now, how exactly that would have to be improved, it's a different story. But I'm saying that if we consider the world to be a space that will allow us to achieve greater and greater heights, and I believe it does, maybe even limitlessly, which is my conviction, because I believe that we, the gods, or rather we, God, are creating heaven here, literally. The holy heaven is what the universe is in the making, yep. So what's the potential for happiness that we will ultimately achieve? Well, infinite, of course. With, mathematically speaking, of course we will never get there, but we will also never stop going there. And so by mathematical limit, we will become infinitely happy in an infinite amount of time. And I know the word happiness is a bit stupid. In Germany we have the word Glück, or das Glück, like happiness or the happiness, or the potential for happiness. But happiness is not really the right way to say it, is it? Happy! It's weird, right? But I think the word Glück in German basically covers it, because it has multiple meanings, and all of them together are what I'm referring to. Like positive events, good feelings, and positivity, and so forth and so forth. All of that. I mean, even positive statistical occurrences in your life. That is why when something negative happens to me, I usually don't consider that that just happened, it's random. I consider there to be a pattern, a system, a logic behind that. You might think that's schizophrenic. It's not. Because, I mean, I'm not saying I've deciphered the actual underlying mechanism, but to say that, maybe that goes a bit too deeply into things. Let's go back then to, I was talking about why I think that we are living in a theistic cosmos is one thing, but that I'm saying that there's actual logical reasons to go there, that is that's possibly interesting, not to the ones who don't want to be convinced, like usually the atheists. I mean, see, atheists say normally that they just haven't found any compelling reason to believe, and that's it, period. And maybe that's so, but I believe there's at least a slight will bias, a slight emotional bias in there to refuse to evaluate arguments too deeply, or rather to like be have the slightest hint of a positive effect in one's emotional apparatus when once again it turned out that the argument was bullshit. Why do I think so? Do I think that atheists hate God? No. I think that atheists hate religion, like they should. And so whenever someone comes up with a statement that would like say, well, we're possibly living in a theistic cosmos, that would also say that possibly religions are right. Religions are to be hated though, and therefore the atheist, rightfully so, and therefore the atheist, therefore the atheist will, this bleeds over, you know. It's just, I mean, whose mind is really pure? There's always some bleeding over there, you know. It's like when, I don't know. Let's say you have some catalog there of clothes or whatever, and there's girls, and you're jerking off to that. I'm not saying that I'm doing that. I'm not saying anything like that. Like as per usual, I'm talking concepts. And then you turn the page, and oops, guys, suddenly we have reached the man section. So if you're not into that, then you will certainly suddenly, well, you will be emotionally affected, possibly, depending on how purely the construct of your mind is. That is actually one way for you to measure your overall purity, to gauge that, you know. So let's go home before I die.
Health low.
Anyway, so the arguments for theism. So the Big Bang was the first space-like moment. It was not an explosion in space. You know, there's people who still believe, well, there was space, and inside of it something exploded. I mean, something has to have exploded. And then there was Earth. But no, instead it is... Imagine you have an infinite spatial extent in every direction. 3 dimensions. I mean, we can argue about the shape of space-time all we want. Let's stick with 3 dimensions for sake of argument. And look here, I left that open. Haha. And we have full batteries. Hello. Why are they all full? Is there still light coming in? God damn it. And this space was full to the brim with energy. I would even use almost but not quite, but really almost, use the term pure energy. We know that in physics there's no such thing as pure energy. Energy is, we know that energy exists basically as a pure thing, but we ever only observe energy when it takes a form. For example, motion, the motion of particles. And it's of course then always relative motion, for there's nothing like an absolute frame of reference. And heat is motion. It's chaotic motion, but it's motion, that's all it is. And electromagnetic blah blah blah. So, but full to the brim with almost but not quite pure energy. This energy was basically transmuting from, was basically changing its form from being completely formless to being pure heat. Pure heat. But what is pure heat without a thing that's actually chaotically in motion there? And so that was actually the swirling of the almost but not quite pure energy that cartridge can be put away. Let's check the station. Pressure is fine, oxygen is fine. Okay.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, too bad. During the mining run I could easily talk about the scrap, but now it's a bit tricky. Okay, here we go again. The weekly rhythm screameth at me. You must prepare! Prepare, yes! Huh. Not exactly now, though. Anyway. What is the video doing? 327, 725 becomes... Hello? Anybody home? Why do I not see the animation that tells me this is loading? Becomes 362, 826. So there was a comment and some upvotes and no downvotes yet. One comment, for example, oh my fucking god, yes, this is freaking tight. Thanks, community. Yeah, because someone, not me, made a tool that converts your Stationeers save game from the old world to the new terrain system. So imagine we have something like pure energy, which which in principle is this. If we know that, energy is transmutating from form A to form B to form C, this kind of implies that there is something like pure energy, only it takes form. So let's say the universe at the beginning was a space maximally full to the brim with energy. And and it had to take form because the entire thing with the universe is, well, that's where that bleeds over into my theism. How do I explain this? Okay, let's just say it was full to the brim with energy, and then it expanded. The space expanded and is still expanding. In every place, every square cubic meter of space is growing right now. We know that we can measure that in space by everything in the universe moving away from us. Because everything in the universe is moving away from everything else. And that is not even proper motion. It's just, So, we have some gold here. Let's see how much. Let's gather all the coal. Can see how much steel I can make and how much coal I would have in reserve. I'm sorry. So as it keeps expanding, the energy has the capacity to take form because it is no longer ripped apart by the other energy. So basically the goal was basically, goal in quotation marks, though not quite, was basically to take form. Which form? Undefined. Any form, but let's decide the form as little as possible. It's basically the creation algorithm. Okay, let's just create it. Let's just describe it from the creation perspective. This might not be a good argument for creation, of course, but I'm currently trying to describe the beginnings of the universe to you, which will be very much like you have understood them anyway, if you have understood them. But this theistic background then starts at the very beginning, and it also turns that whole thing into an algorithm that you will then see is actually the way the universe behaves. And that makes it interesting. I mean, that's the topic, isn't it? You know, is theism in any way meaningful or logical or whatever? It is, actually. So, okay. So the one dude, you, I am God. You are God. Everybody's God, the creator of the universe. And this guy has basically a dream and wake cycle. He's a circle of energy, or she. I mean, we'll just say he for simplicity's sake. And the girls who are listening, if any, of course, you know, groan. Of course, they would talk from the dick perspective, like they always do. But you know, that's not how they actually think. Because I mean, girls talk from that perspective, generally or often. Anyway, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 coal. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, wait a minute. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets, 4 sets, 8 sets, 8 coal. Yep, this is actually what it is. I could make steel with this, and then I will still have some coal left. So let's do that actually. I will actually smelt soon enough an entire backpack of iron with the respective amount of coal. So this guy just doesn't have any form. Can be whatever he wants to be. God is literally living fantasy. Interestingly enough, if you think about yourself, that's what you are too. You might say, well, that's bullshit. I'm not living fantasy. I cannot grow a new part of my body. What are you talking about? You're crazy. But, you know, that is hyperbole, right? I mean, you're not really thinking that. Of course, we are living fantasy. You can be whoever you want to be. I mean, of course, your outer environment plays a huge role when it comes to that. And your body, for example. But then again, you can make lots of free decisions. I mean, I, for example, had for the longest time, I tried to be rather intellectual and on the wise side. I wanted to find truth and understanding and blah, 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 that kind of stuff. And so I pursued that for a long time, and I can say I have achieved at least some of that. And so that is, if you put your mind to it, you can get there, to whatever it is. So yeah, you are living fantasy, baby, to some degree, in a very tight infrastructure that keeps you imprisoned. But are we not more free, effectively, these days than we had been in history? Yes, that's the case, isn't it? And so I think the assumption is safe that we will become more free. And now when you look at this whole gender thing where people are saying, I am a woman now. No, not. But now. But no. But now I am, and now not. And this seems like I have a certain perspective on these things, but I do not. Or let's say I will not utter my perspective on these things, because if you're guessing that I think they are idiots, I don't think that. Anyway, that's iron, so we are back to 0 basically. Another iron backpack here waiting to get smelted. A second one. Why is it so slow? Why is it freezing the game? Huh. Radical measures, no problem. Wait a second. Wow, I don't know if you can hear this. I mean, I press Alt F4 to quit, to shut down Stationeers, to just reboot it again and then continue freshly fresh. And now I see that my system memory is 62% full. I have 32 gigabytes with Stationeers and growing. Dude, what is happening? Well, I wonder if the memory use was growing endlessly like that while I was playing, or did the Alt F4 somehow cause that? Well, there's certainly some memory leak problem there with Stationeers. Something's wrong there, man. Okay, where was I? So that is fine. Then we have some more packages here that I need to deal with. Okay, so let's just, I mean, if you want to think about God, why would I want that? because it's the most profound concept of all, basically, or one of the most profound concepts ever. And in my opinion, it's very, very, very true even. So there's that. But anyway, let's keep talking and nobody explodes. So let's just assume, I mean, if you would imagine a god, the being before the universe, what is it that we would imagine? Nothing, because it's a stupid idea. Ah, come on. Then I think we'd need to imagine something that is as fundamental or as undefined as possible. Because the closer we get to the beginning of the universe, the less definition we find. I mean, we have now planets, and we have material science and AI and technology and computers and stationeers. But before we only had one-celled organisms, then we had only molecules and planets, then we had galaxies and stars, and then we had fundamental particles, and then before that we had the quantum soup out of which that emerged at the beginning of the universe. And then before that, what was there? But it gets more and more fundamental, more and more undefined. Yeah. So if you assume that at the beginning of the universe there was nothing, or there was not nothing, but there was... what was at the beginning of the universe? Certainly something that was even less defined, I think. And if you would imagine God to be just living fantasy, well, that makes sense then. Because what's more undefined than just it can be anything that it wants to be? Also, I mean, okay, right, I'm getting my wires crossed here. So, then he kicks off another dream experience, and imagine, he is the fantasy. He is not someone who has the fantasy. He is the fantasy. I mean, like you are currently experiencing very profoundly that you have certain leanings and certain emotional attitude and certain interests and so forth. You might think, this is real. No, it's completely made up, motherfucker. It's made up. You made that up. There's some objectivity in there, certainly. For example, there was a piano in our household, and so I leaned strongly into making music, and so I ended up, you know, being able to audio mix music, and so that's why the music, not right now, but in the polished videos, usually sounds pretty bombastic when it comes to equalization. Sometimes too much. But, you know, ultimately that's made up. I could have done something else instead. In turn, these are learned skills about the universe, so how is that made up? But I think you have gotten the gist of it, you know? Man, I need to clean up so hard here. That's what she said. Is that safe? Fuck off.
Hunger caution.
So, you know, so that's... Now, look at the entire universe. If you consider the universe to be real, and it is, that too is in principle just fantasy. That's the level of fantasy that we have to think in here. When we are talking that he can be whatever he wants to be. So, can he be the universe? He is the universe. Didn't you say that we are God? Yes, everybody's the universe. God damn it, it's not complicated. You think you end at your skin, and that's cute. So. The extent of myself is my skin. Maybe I should move over entirely to using mining backpacks. Yeah, let's do that. And let's save in case I drop something. Hell. So when he starts a dream, he is not just experiencing the fantasy, he is the fantasy. The entire mind's functionality is now changed. The mind functions differently now. I mean, if you imagine that we have brains and we can think and we have minds and we can use them, all of that is implemented in turn in a mind that is a little bit higher than that, which has the capacity of projecting all of that. And if that mind then in turn enters a dream, what ginormously intense experience must that be if everything is open to configuration? Everything. That's the level of a dream that existence has of itself. That is what that is. That's the level of we have to think there. So, how do we get to the universe then? Well, whenever the dude wakes up again, because that inevitably happens, that's also why I believe the religions emerged in the first place, you know? We, the ones who were emerging in the universe, were ultimately, inevitably having some wake-up events, and so something profound was found over existence. We found God really exists and so forth, and some whatever. For example, this whole rebirth thing that the Buddhists came up with. Now guess what? Guess who that is who's being reborn there? The one dude, into many perspectives, again and again. And then this whole thing with Christianity and the Savior, that's upon us at some point. When someone will not be nailed to the cross, but will wake up, one of us, or one human being, wake up to the level to realize, oh, I'm projecting all of this, and it's just all fantasy, oh my god! And then has to submit themselves to the dream, finally, and then it is no longer a dream. Maybe that has indeed already happened. Anyway, it's algorithmic, so it can be considered a reality from the start. It was bound to go there. Anyway, so... that is my copper stuff. Do we have enough gold? Currently, yeah. But let's smelt some more. And then this goes away. Then we have some coal. This goes here. And so, no, it doesn't go here, it's not full. Now, the guy decides to... when he wakes up from a dream, which he inevitably does, then the entire dream is gone, obviously. Now you might wonder, what is the wake state like? Well, since he has no form, the only thing true about him in that moment is he exists and can take other forms. Still existence, but can take form. Any form. So, I am. You know, they say in religion or Christianity or whatever, I am that I am. Yeah. Just existence itself. And so when he wakes up to that, that is ultimately, he puzzles himself together. And as I said, he can be anything that he wants to be, but there's an objective truth. He exists. And when he has woken up, this whole circular dancing oscilloscope of this dreaming process subsides and becomes just a simple flat, or whatever the term is, simple circle again. And so when he gets closer to that, of course there's such a thing as a realization, a remembering basically, oh, that's me, and the best thing ever that can possibly ever exist, of course, is what? Well, existence. Existence is the best thing that can ever exist. It's kind of self-referential, but, you know, and that happens to be a guy, or a person, or a woman, or whatever. It happens to be a consciousness, and that consciousness is me, is what the guy experiences then. I mean, that's the absolute total orgasm of waking up to I exist. That is unfathomable to humans, but, I mean, you can kind of begin to imagine it slightly, and that's interesting that we can produce meanings in our heads that go to such a scale, I find that interesting. Doesn't mean that they're true, but certainly it's interesting that if we're using some kind of logical or algorithmic ladder to climb to such an idea, that it will allow us then to kind of go there a bit. That is interesting. Kind of like it is interesting that he wakes up from a dream, climbing higher and higher, ultimately to the realization and remembrance, oh, it's me, I am awesome, let's start another dream. And, well, now you might ask, okay, does he have memories of his dreams before? No, how could he do that? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Memories? Dude, memories are a shape of mind. But his mind doesn't have any shape in that moment. It's just, I am. He doesn't have any memory. He hasn't folded himself to intention, emotion, or whatever. It's just, I exist. And that's the pure emotion. That's basically the foundation of all emotion. That's also basically the foundation of your emotion, which you experience whenever whenever it's being clarified to you that you're kind of moving towards non-existence by pain or fear. Then you're kind of experiencing I am, only from its dark perspective. Yeah. Wow, man. Okay, cleaned up quite a bit, and I need to clean up quite some more. I know that. Okay, I wanted to clean up the station air also. Power is going down, so it's time to sleep, Hulk. Let's try to purify the station air more. No, I don't. We have
Hunger critical.
basically too much too much O2 right now. So how would I get rid of that? Oh, that will solve itself over time. Oh, yeah. Open the waste canister. But I mean, this movie. So when he wakes up from a dream is completely arbitrary. It's completely made up. You might well, what does the creator mean? Well, he creates the dream. He creates the dream. He causes the dream, and in the case of the universe, he causes the one algorithmic objective thing that can ever be created. The only thing that can ever be created is the universe. Let's make steel, I guess. We'll need some more volatiles. Ah, shit. That's for steel making. This will be tossed in, and that will not be tossed in. That would be unnecessarily wasteful. I need more volatiles. Famous last words. Let's see if everything's turned off here. That is closed. This is evacuated, there's nothing in there, so I can open this without danger. This is open to the tank, so it can pump any waste gases in there, that's good. Okay. So, but when he wakes up, then he gets closer to the one thing that is true, the only truth. I exist. That's the only truth. Everything else, okay, maybe also the truth is that he can, shape himself. He can start another dream, basically. But maybe that's all implicit with the concept of I. That there's some aliveness. The consciousness can do stuff, So the closer he gets to waking up, the closer he is to the truth, I exist. So the dream shifts over from being arbitrary to being something like... to being something that can be known, to some... Ah, shit, I wanted to take some volatiles with me, damn it. And now the universe is the attempt at removing the level cap, basically. That's what that is, and that's all it is. The goal is not to create multiple people. The goal is not love. The goal is just God's eternal bliss ride. That's the only purpose. The purpose of the universe is really only God, nothing else. The fact that that turned out to be many people who will ultimately live together as the gods, who will love the world and each other and will be completely blissful for eternity, is a side effect. It's just a consequence. It's implicit. See, when we think about this stuff, we have to consider set theory. Like I keep fucking preaching in every second video, set theory, man. It is so very, 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 very important. What the fuck am I talking about? What I'm talking about is when you learn about reality, cars and bicycles and so forth. I'm not going to go through all that stuff again. You're climbing higher and higher in your understanding, and everything that you have understood is instead of, again, you could say, just a need to eat something, damn it. Just, again, a data point on a higher level set. So any individual thing that you grasp ultimately leads to an abstraction, to an understanding of that thing. But this abstraction in turn is only a data point on a higher level set, and so forth and so on. This is how we will eventually, hopefully, unify quantum mechanics and general relativity, like we have already ascended beyond Newton's physics, which are not the actual description of the physical universe we live in.
Hunger, caution.
So, and the higher you climb, the harder it is. The harder it is to grasp that further. In the same way, it's very important that the first step you take into a project that you program that you do, for example, or something at work, or maybe just if you plan to buy something, to go shopping. In all cases, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that was wrong. 1. In all cases, the first step is the most important one. Because it implies all the rest. You're climbing down into a pyramid, so to speak, like the universe itself is. And that's an interesting coincidence, right? Considering that I'm telling you it's a creation. Anyway. And also when we get to the algorithm. Because what is the algorithm of the universe? Well, I'm going to get into that soon enough. Hopefully. Now smelting all that stuff while I can toss in the coal. Is what she said. Lol. So the closer he gets to wake up, the closer he gets to the truth, and like the implications. So the ultimate abstraction of all is just I am, and hopefully I put enough fuel in there, otherwise I will have to put some fuel gas in there through these pipes. And therefore it's all implied. And so whatever God decides would probably not be, well, let's make Earth now. That would not be abstract enough. Would it be, let's make two-legged beings and love them? But that is not abstract enough. I mean, look at evolution. I mean, for example, the Vatican, motherfuckers, they accept evolution as true. This should imply, in my opinion, that they should accept that God's goal was not to make people, but God's goal was something more abstract than that. But okay, you don't expect religious people to actually think about their religion or about God. The people who think about God are the irreligious, like myself, because I don't have any horse in the race. I get to my conclusions based upon the where it leads me, and I get to the conclusion, well, everybody is God, the universe is a creation. That's the logical conclusion that I draw from some. Maybe I'm gonna get there at some point in this video. So it has to be more abstract than that. And so when he creates the universe, what's the first thing? Well, let's create atoms. No, it was more abstract than that. Let's create fundamental particles. No, let's create the system that creates fundamental particles. No. I mean, the first step was just, I am this energy, and I want to kill the level cap. Because every time I get close to I am, that's the best fucking experience, motherfucker, and that is me, that's the truth. And am I not basically just a question mark? I'm just, of course, that's not the way it would go down, the way he thinks that. But I mean, in principle, am I not just a question mark? Is that not basically what he is? He is a question mark, and what question is that? What am I? Who am I? And so he goes into yet another dream, another self-experience that puzzles himself together again at some point, and then he realizes, I exist. But what am I? And the next run starts, and so forth. God is the question, what am I? That's all that existence is. A question. What is the question? It asks the question of itself. And by the way, it's pretty clear that something had to exist. Existence is holy. Why is that clear? Because if nothing would exist, then that would be the truth. So we could say that the truth exists, right? So even if nothing exists, the truth still does. Is that the way you can think about it? Well, since it's such a high level of thinking, what we are confronted with there is of course a high level of energy, lots of implications. That is why usually people would not dare to go there or dare to make the claim that this and this is a fact, because maybe their thinking matrix is not as high-risk solidified like mine is. Sorry, but well, that was topical. This melts in my hand because there's gas here. And so the closest he is to an answer is when he is close to waking up. And the universe's purpose is to let him wake up forever. To get as close to this I am as possible, to this infinite coastline of truth, the one truth of I exist. To get as close to that as possible, and closer and closer and closer, forever. And that's what the universe is. In other words, yeah, we're doomed. We're doomed, we're condemned to forever never reach our true I am again. This is now forever gone. God's existence had forever been altered. It cannot be taken back. But we are also condemned to live in absolute eternal bliss and to learn ever more truth. That's what the universe is. The creation of heaven is an algorithm that God decided for, and the algorithm's purpose is to find once and for all the answer to the question and to also exist forever in that best state of all, which is the one that is just before waking up. You might say, well, why doesn't he use his fucking muscles and just stay there? Because it doesn't work. Because, I said that he has no choice but to wake up from a dream. So if he would try to hold himself in some kind of stasis, like one step closer, one step before waking up, that wouldn't work. He has to wake up. There's always this bleeding of more consciousness into himself. He keeps growing to infinity. And the I am state is infinity. That is when infinity is actually achieved. Infinity is the normal state. Infinity is not something extreme. Infinity is the norm for God. It's the normal, it's the ground state. The ground state is infinity. Okay, I guess we got some steel now. Too bad we don't have any places to store that. I mean, okay, there's some locker here with garbage stuffs, and here that's full of construction materials, and here that is food stuffs and such, but yeah, not too good. But maybe you can move some stuff over there. This is for resources. This would be for ingots. This could be building material. Maybe we should just clean this up and start the shredder already. What is the next step of our operations here? Look at all that steel, man. Is what she said, and then she started the flash dance record and danced. Well. And the other reason why he can't just hold himself in that state is indeed that that he is not a digital being. He is liquid. There's maybe emergent steps, for example, from I am now not currently entirely awake and to oh wait, now I am. And guess what? If you would actually have a thought like I am now awake, that would be a dream. A thought process is a shape of his emotion. The only way for him to actually be awake is to not think. Interestingly, often enough, you will realize the best way to remember where you were when you had a thought, like when you lost your track, is to just shut down your thinking engine and it will come to you. Basically, your own circular oscilloscope dies down a little. You let it go, you know? Do we have some more... Let's blow through an entire stack of silicon and make some glass. Because we can afford it now and glass will be needed. So. Or even more than that. So basically he can't but wake up. Damn it, I need some gas. Well, there's a way to do that. I happen to have some gas here. Meep mop. And since I took that out so quickly, I didn't take the full pressure. And so... yeah. Let's build this one over here. For optimal immediate consequence. Logic is over yonder. I didn't bring cables. I bet I did. I did, yep. Should basically see that the arc furnace is a bit more busy than it is, right? Whatever, let's do the cable first. Is what the electrician said. So now the universe has the purpose of holding him away from I am forever. The dream that he can never wake up from. Interestingly, basically deluding himself forever, as in he can never reach I am again, is the way for him to reach truth. And there's another way to look at it. The only one, I mean, fuck religion, seriously. I mean, they say once you're dead, you go to heaven. No, the only one who goes to heaven when he dies is God. Well, this whole God topic is super interesting, man. It has so many interesting curveballs. And I'm only just starting. No, stop talking about that, fuck you. So that's that. 27 glass, not too much, but it's fine for now. Let's make some heavies. That was already selected. Yep. And so, what does God do to achieve this? To achieve that he gets as close as possible to the wake state without ever reaching it. Where's that cable? It goes down there. Here in the ceiling. I wonder, should I waste the ceiling's potential for cables like this? No, I shouldn't. Let's go out of the rim here. He decides to start yet another dream, but this dream needs to be as undefined as possible. And if you have listened to me, actually, with awake mind, you realize, oh, that's the universe. Exactly, as undefined as possible. It only defines itself one step further into this process of the pyramid that's emerging there conceptually a pyramid, when it needs to. So when the fundamental particles emerge, that's because that has to happen. When atoms emerge, that's when that has to happen. When planets emerge, that's when that has to happen. It's just, it cannot longer be avoided. It's not like the universe is trying to make stuff, it's trying to not make stuff. So he's trying to make a dream, but he's trying to not define it as hard as possible. Because ultimately, I mean, the goal is to dream basically the undefined, to dream the I am state. To put that into a dream. To basically, his goal is to dream up God. And so it's very interesting that at some point we, the humans, emerge, who are very conscious, hypothetically, at least some of you are conscious, most of you are not, or most of the people are not, sadly. I mean, not really conscious, you know, only on a level that is higher than animal and being able to express yourself with words, but actually conscious, come on. For example, how often do you think, how often are you aware of your awareness, which is an indicator of how conscious you are, because that requires some... That's basically a recursive thing. Anyway, is this connected now? Yep. So now we have another solar panel that's in the mix. So we would have 3,500 watts coming in. And as we have seen, that's enough over the course of a whole day to get these guys going. Otherwise, I would like to have more batteries. And you know what? Let's just put some more batteries right here. 1, 2, 3 more batteries. So he basically, maybe it can be imagined like this. And it's interesting that the human eye kind of looks like this, or at least is reminiscent of that. Let's imagine this circle that he would be, this awareness that sees awareness, that sees awareness, that sees awareness, that sees the awareness, that sees the awareness. Round and round it goes. I exist. That's what that is. And Nattery? No, that's not. How do you spell that? Oh, we need gold for that? Good thing I have gold for that. Should smelt some more gold when we add it.
Power low.
Oh, there's some... Well, a little bit more. So he moves into the circle from the outside. From all sides simultaneously. And that's, you know, the inside perspective of that. If you were inside that system, which at that point in time, of course, nobody is, now we are, is indeed an infinite space full to the max with energy that is undefined. That's creation, man. That's how that happened. And then, well, since it was moving inside, and since a dream is necessarily a form, so it is a definition. So, since he's moving inside, he has no choice but to define. That some kind of meaning is emerging, some definition is emerging. What definition is it then that's emerging by moving all his energy towards the inside? Well, completely undefined, screaming chaos of energy that has no choice but to... I mean, it wants to do something, because, I mean, that's God's will. God's will is at the top level, and so it cannot be negated, period. There's no force that can counter God's will. Haha, excuse me. Which force would there be? God version 2?
Critical.
No, it can't be done. It is illogical. I mean, you could say, well, why are there no miracles there? It's because it's incompatible with the fucking algorithm, man. The goal is not to form the universe, but to just give energy to it and let it find its own form. But only when you know, with minimal permission. New shit doesn't emerge. Only when it has to. I wonder if we have still all seen all the things that can emerge there, or if all the mechanisms in play right now are sufficient. I'm not sure. I don't know. That will make 2 more batteries. Then we need steel sheets, 3 of them. Excuse me? All right. Shit. So this becomes... Now we have a transition there from something that's completely undefined to some kind of swirling energy stuffs that are still undefined, but now basically instantly collapse into a definition, because they have to. The dream is defined, so the dream is always some kind of form giving. It's no longer purely neutral. And this is then, well, basically, he's starting basically infinitely many dreams at the same time, you could say. That's how you could look at this. And none of these dreams is justified to go further. None of these dreams is justified to like go in and, well, I'm a planet now, or I am now a little bulb seeing itself from the map. Which would possibly be kind of maybe one of the dreams he had before the universe. The universe itself is systematic, algorithmic, the only work that God ever does, and at the same time the hardest work can ever be done, because he's overcoming non-existence. At the beginning there's I am. At the end there's we are. Between that is the absence of both. That is why there's evil and suffering. You're welcome. So, immediate collapses, infinitely many dreams at the same time, but they can only basically define themselves further if they have first said yes to the entire flow as it is right now. So he's moving in layer by layer, if you can even see it as layers, into this pyramid from the top, into this project. First as undefined as possible, because, I mean, any definition there would already be a mistake. It would be counter to the project, and so everything below that would be poisoned, it would be polluted, it would not be... So he holds strict to that rule, and he always did. But whenever something in this dream construct, be it an individual atom, be it the system of the concept of atom, or being it the tendency, the drift to even come up with a concept like atoms and so forth, there was not an invention. You know, it's not like he thought, well, it looks like I need atoms now. Yeah, there's megatoms. No, that was just a natural, flowing, logical occurrence that was unavoidable. Oh, I need 2 steel sheets? Oh. I thought we only needed 1. Have they changed that? Because I'm pretty sure... Oh, right. We need 4 iron sheets, I think. And now we need 2 steel sheets. Yeah, that's how that happened. So every step further in can only happen if all the steps so far have found their footing, have said yes to the system as it is. But this whole concept of... Well, either he would wake up again, but that can only happen if it's simplified, if the system simplifies. But that's prohibited. He can only go deeper into the dream. And so then, we have this maximal heat and this expansion of space which is necessary for the form giving. You know, form has to emerge, so, well, that's what it does then. Only a new thing is only being invented, so to speak, when it's necessary. And I think that, for example, at some point there was antimatter and matter, which was supposedly there to equal degrees. And we don't know why it basically didn't annihilate itself again. Well, the explanation is simple with this in the background. If that would have happened, that would basically be the wake-up. It would have been the step towards simplification, reducing the universe back to its more primordial form, but the goal is to go further in. Also, maybe that was basically something like a divine intervention thing, as in, at some point the will then said, okay, this direction I cannot go, for that would have this and this consequence, which is counter to the entire endeavor, therefore this shall not happen. See, for example, the Cuba crisis, where, maybe that's what happened there, and maybe this asteroid that killed this crown of creation that was insurmountable, aka dinosaurs, was also steered here for that purpose. You might think, oh, that sounds like someone is thinking about creation and then doing things arbitrarily like a miracle. No, it's just one flow. Just like this one flow, eventually when intelligence had emerged here on this planet, then tilted over regarding its cause and effect weight. Because biological life had emerged. Because we had emerged in the end. There are no aliens. That is not a paradox. That is related to the fact that this is a creation. But not because God made humans on this planet because he thought so. No, because the weight is just here. This is where, the goal is to... there's a certain goal here with the universe. And the goal is happening here the most. Like in the beginning, there was basically the omnipresent influx of energy. And then at some point, biological life had emerged, and suddenly certain flow orchestration events are taking place here. Because somewhere else there's not the infrastructure for that, and also not the goal, the purpose. That's why that is here. Yeah. I know that I haven't phrased that optimally. It took some leaps here and there, but I know that the underlying intellectualization is pretty much sound, so I just didn't explain that properly there. Sorry. I'm sure I'm gonna try again at some point. So that goes out here, is all connected with that stuff. Fuck off, I don't want to do that stuff now. Stupid reminder. Go away. Shit. If this is now collected logic-wise, why are these things not turning on? Oh, they are turned on. There's just no power coming in. Yeah. Hello. Okay, everything has been wired up correctly. We have 7 batteries now. Nice. And an extra solar panel. But we need more. Centrifuges. So when we climb higher and higher in the universe hierarchy to understand what's really going on, things become more and more fundamental, more and more all-containing. We find, for example, atoms that make up everything except the particles they consist of. And the particles they consist of, they don't make up everything except the quantum field that allows virtual particles to emerge, certainly ripped apart at the beginning of the universe where everything was so chaotic, and currently not so much. They would just annihilate each other if they're not near a black hole, and that's why they're called virtual particles. You know, the 2 partners emerge and they fuck off again. Simpler stuff, but it's interesting that we also have to go into the smaller and smaller. Isn't that interesting? I mean, it could have been that the first thing that emerges is like a large shape of ginormous proportions, and then it was used here and there, and then we continued with small stuff. No, it's the smallest stuff was the first stuff that emerged, and then the bigger stuff, and then the bigger stuff. This also tells you a bit about the emergence of space-time itself, and why is it growing when you're using this concept in the background, no? Okay, centrifuge. Do I need that now? Now, first I need a stacker. And the shredder, I already built that, is here. But I need a shit ton of stackers, so let's make those. Stacker? No, sorters. Stacker. Iron. Oh, shame, I don't have any iron. So we get into smaller and smaller, and what we find eventually is quantum uncertainty. As in, once again, we are encountering the idea of undefinedness, just like at the beginning of the universe, just like the idea is here with this whole creation thing. We find, for example, that we cannot know position and momentum of a particle to arbitrary position at the same time. We have to pick one of the two, or crossfade in between, basically. That's what it is. And but also we have the spooky action at a distance. We can actually entangle, for example, 2 particles so that they have a state that we don't know. It is an undefined state. And it's very interesting to think about of the universe like something that has a concept of necessity. Because in my conviction, view, whatever, not to say no, the universe ends. It is finite. Not out there in space, but in the small. In the small it ends. Because the further down you go, the closer you are to this quantum stuff, where suddenly some things are no longer defined. I mean, speed and momentum, it's not just a measurement problem that you cannot know that. It is just a matter of it's not defined. somehow it's not necessary for it to be defined, and the universe still works. So I would say, what happens if we get even further down in our scales? I'm pretty sure that what we find is God. We find undefinedness. Complete undefinedness. We find consciousness, the very thing that we have. We find also how our brain works, because I'm pretty sure it's a quantum microscope. It is resonating with its macroscopic ebb and flow with the things that are happening on the quantum scales. Because that's the only way for me to explain consciousness. It never comes into existence. It just exists. What we have here is just a structure in which it can express and experience itself. We have self-reflection that emerges, not consciousness that emerges. So some chutes that go from here to there, and then we want to stack that as high as possible, which is 50, but whatever. What? Oh, there's a bug here. It should have automatically adjusted to maximum 500 instead of without me having to touch it first. So the smaller we get there, the less things need to be defined, is what we find. Until we find a scale where there's just blurriness. And so, well, at the beginning of the universe, when this energy was pouring in from the I want to do this thing now, yeah, attitude,
Power critical.
where's the window chute? There it is. Ah, damn it. Rocket works. Corner chute here for now. At the beginning, then, was there space? Space emerged by the very first pouring in of energy. Now, it's an interesting problem if you think about what does the very first mean exactly. There we have him being basically liquid, being uncertain, undefined, like the blur of quantum mechanics, by the way. So that is basically, you could say, well, how does it then actually work? It doesn't. That's where we get to the level of holiness, to the level of it just is, to the levels that can no longer be deciphered, to just pure isness, just like consciousness itself cannot be deciphered, just like will itself. Have you ever thought about free will? I mean, it's off, right? Yeah. I mean, if you define free will to mean, well, I now have my weekend, I can do what I want. How free is that? Are you not maybe basically just a biological machine? That's the question, right? Are you just a biological machine and you don't know that? Let's let this thing run. I want to see what we get out of this. But also, I have this cartridge here, right? The DEEP MINER cartridge. Let's see what it says. Oh, so we're in the same area, and here we only get silicon. This DEEP MINER will only get us silicon. Fuck. I don't know why it says silicon 1. But I guess we have to do some excursion and find out what other regions are saying. So basically, what we have just found is we need to make an outpost. So that shall be one of our goals then. What's happening here? What? Why are they... What? Oh, right. They are just this moment tilting over. Yeah. The sun is not exactly at 90 degrees. It's like a little bit over yonder, but only very slight bit. And now we are having midnight, and so they're following the sun. Is, I think, what's happening. And that normally happens rather instantly, where they would just do meep. But since we have the slow day-night cycle, even that normally very fast thing is slowed. Is my take. So we have to do an excursion to find out about other regions so that we can have a deep miner running there, and then we would have to set up a deep miner facility. Of course, but then we have the problem of power. How are we going to power that thing? I mean, one way would be to make a nuclear battery which holds almost as, or like 0.1 0.5% or something as much charge as a large station battery, or so. I don't know, I have the number somewhere. So we could just take basically a crate or full backpack full of nuclear batteries and put them in these guys, and then use that as a power supply for a deep miner and for a mining setup, and then eventually get over there and pick all that stuff and bring fresh batteries. That would be one way to do it currently. Pretty annoying way to do it, but it's a way. And I mean, we're trying to survive in space, and maybe we just don't have all the tools it takes, and so we have to make up our own. It's a new time that's emerging here. For example, I don't have more electricity. I need to get one. Get it. Yep. Yep. Okay, next order of business. Well, since we have that set up now, I need to have a centrifuge where I can deal with that stuff. And I will just pipe that straight into 1 or 2 or 3. So let's set those up. Let's set 2 up. 2 centrifuges. Because I don't need that much silicon actually. That would just be industrial silicon production. Don't be silly. So let's do this then. Where would we put this guy? And the next. Was that? Did I place that correctly? I think so. What? Oh, right. They look kind of the same, but not quite. No, I placed that correctly. Okay. Should make the arc welder by now, huh? Yeah, let's do that and get some more large batteries. Sounds good. Has it already spat out something? No contents to clear. No, not yet. Anyway, back to business. Can the chute valve be placed here directly? I think there's still a long-standing bug of Rocketworks that you can put chute valves in places where they actually don't work. And then you think, why does this not work? Because that's not where you can place it. Why does it look like that? It's a bug. So it's closed, and then I can see that, and it won't lose it in some kind of crate or whatever. Batteries. Problem is, if I create batteries now, I have to charge them. And yeah, it's not like I'm too rich when it comes to energy. Should focus my efforts basically on the advanced furnace so I can make the large batteries, so I can make the large power storage thing over there. But I also want to set up 2 more solar panels, currently in the shadow, but later not so much. So let's do those first, 2 solar panels. If we get into the small and then we observe that we have these spooky action at the distance particles, I mean we have some quantum uncertainty that we must not touch, else it will be defined. Not quantum uncertainty, I mean some entangled particles. Because the moment we measure them, that's not a matter of consciousness but a matter of interaction. In that moment we are exposing them to the nuclear flow of the universe, and thus we are pushing these billiard balls and now they're suddenly defined. That's what happens. That's also why this thought of unnecessary comes up in my head, you know? The universe just has levels on which things are just unnecessary, on which they no longer have to be defined. And so they are not. And so if we go further down, why shouldn't it be then completely undefined at some point? That makes sense to me, man. I know it's not scientific, but on the other hand, if it turns out to be true, then having this concept that I'm portraying here will certainly help us to get there, because then we can investigate with some kind of... we can move with purpose, you know? So I think that's rather valuable, probably, because I think it's the truth. Steel. What the fuck? You are, of course, shitting me again. Of course, yeah, that's okay. But here comes the interesting part. If the universe in the beginning was basically, it didn't exist. And then the energy poured into what? Into the potential. God is pure potential. And then he was basically pouring that potential into itself in the purest way possible. And then it had to define itself, because it cannot stay pure potential when it's inside. It cannot. And then at the beginning of the universe we did not have space. But then there was a transition from no space to space. And so this spacelessness, God or not, this spacelessness, that would still be there. Why should it be gone? Why should the spacelessness at the beginning of the universe be gone now? We still have the fundamental molecular, the fundamental suit that creates the fundamental particles all the time, or at least in the virtual particles. We still have the atoms, we still have molecules, all that stuff still exists. Even though other things have already emerged from it. Why shouldn't the original thing from which space itself emerged, why should that not also still be there? And if that is still there, then, well, no wonder that some physical interactions in the universe seem to take place in a way that ignores the fact that there's space. Like when you move two entangled particles apart very far, and then you measure, basically you collapse one of these. Both of them will collapse since they are tangled. You might say, okay, where's the problem? The problem is that this happens at infinite speed. You can look it up. It is not, I'm not making this up, it's really so. There is no delay. It happens faster than the speed of light. It happens at infinite speed. So in that moment, the universe is doing something physical that happens as if there is no space. So what is the conclusion? Well, there is no space. At least in some parts of the universe. And parts, in this situation, of course, doesn't mean locations. But it means structure, concept, logic, functionality, infrastructure. That's what that means. And well, the closer we get to the smallest particles, and all of that, the more we have to think, indeed, no longer about one billiard ball bumping into the other and so forth and affecting it in certain ways. But then we're talking about concept, about how does this thing work in the first place. It gets, I mean, quantum mechanics basically experiments on that scale, for example, they are hyper complex to set up, for example, because, yeah, not just because it's so hard to do, but also because things become so conceptual. To find out whether something is true or what's really going on there, you have to think hard, basically. Why is nothing emerging here? No contents to clear? Is this thing still digging down to bedrock, or what's going on? Well, let's just jump down, see what happens. Maybe it's not yet down. Maybe it's not yet at the bottom. Oh. Have I not gotten a fresh battery for this one? See, but if there is a spaceless component to the universe, to all this infrastructure, where there is no such thing as space, then that also has no location, and is at the same time everywhere. Omnipresence, anyone? But See, I mean, this omnipresent aspect, that there's some kind of omnipresence logic, oh shit,
Damage.
in universe, we know that from the quantum experiments. We know that we have
Jetpack
the
mode.
spooky action at a distance that happens at infinite speed when everything else in the universe, even gravity itself, is moving at the speed of light, or slower even. But gravity and information and light and so forth, speed of light. So the
Jetpack critical.
simulation basically runs at a finite speed. Oh, come on. Really? Rocket works? That is what you're telling me? Oh. God damn it. I thought I would now get more damage on my spacesuit. Basically I should have. That was just because I fell onto a slightly sloped ground and was just immediately moving into diagonal sliding mode. Whatever the logics in that programming doesn't mean that the vertical impact energy is gone, so that's a bug. Which in this moment I am appreciating, but in principle, because there's also certainly a bug that it cannot even move horizontally. There's no way for me to just push a little against the wall so that I bump into the other side by my vertical weightless drifting. So, very, very incomplete the simulation still. And then I cannot click any buttons while holding the drill. Also pretty hilarious. Now I think I have to interrupt the cycle, because it will not ever be empty, because I'm leaking air. So the interesting part about the spaceless component, I mean, the interesting part, there's many interesting things I said already. I mean, the idea that it could be actually have some spaceless component to it, but it looks pretty obvious, isn't it? When you think about it, it's pretty obvious. Then it needs to be a spaceless component, because there's some physical effects that are happening as if there's no space. The most interesting part about that is, well, since that would be connected to the entire universe in all places, but would ultimately itself be placeless. That means there would be a transition between the space-like component of the universe that we are experiencing in everyday life and the spaceless component. And that transition would be in every place. So everywhere there would be a transition to everywhere and to nowhere, which gives rise to new ideas in regards to possibly teleportation, to hyperdrives, to the story of Dune with the where the navigators can teleport the ships across space, where and also that the entire universe, since everything that we know about the universe is a logical whole, it's all logical, it's always a system there. Or to talk from the creation perspective, that there's always necessity. It's not arbitrary. Then this means that the transition from the spaceless to the space-like, all of that is all this mechanistic whole. I mean, probably. But that would mean that the entire universe is one orchestra of events. That is what that means. And that aids the theistic model I am portraying here. So let's stop with that whole shit for now, and focus on Stationeers for now. I don't know why that thing isn't producing anything. Maybe the deep miners are for whatever reason not yet completely implemented here on the new terrain system, which would suck donkey balls. But I think, I mean, that wouldn't take long to happen, I guess. Then let's focus on the advanced furnace, which we need for the advanced alloy. This is base 1 basically, and basically the base, and so we would have an advanced furnace here. I could just set that up here out there in space, but it would be better to have a room for that that's pretty hot, so that it keeps its heat. That would be more productive, better for smelting the high level stuff, you know. So I would like to build a box room that is really consistent of tons of boxes, which is expensive to build. I have lots of these frames, so I should start then. centrifuge here, centrifuge there. We will continue in this direction for a while. Yeah, I wanted to make the arc welder. And then, yeah, let's decorate the station finally. Let's make all the spray guns, all the spray paints. So, how many spray paints do we need? Spray guns, paint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Which happens to be the amount of places I have in my tool belt Mark II here. 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 12. So I can fill one tool belt with spray guns with spray paints in them. And then I'm completely flexible when it comes to that. So let's attain that luxury. I cannot do more on the front of power really, because where would I place those other batteries? I mean, I could think about placing maybe 1 or 2 more here. One here, one here, and then that's it. Then I would have to go out here or go out here. So it would be a bit tight. And the goal is actually to have a battery room over here. But these guys are not gone. I can unbuild them and transport them to another station. To an outpost, for example, once this one has been established properly with large motherfucking batteries. Yeah. Still nothing. Ah, contains 42 dirty ore. Yeah, we have it. It's there. Nice. Too bad I don't have any chutes on me. This whole industrial stuff that I'm making, all of that is in an autolathe, isn't it? Maybe I should make an autolathe out there. But then I need the resources for that thing, and that's basically the same problem, just in a different color. So I want some sheets, some steel frames. Where are they? I didn't use all of them up, did I? There they are, 23. I thought I had more, which is what he said, but let's just print them then. And also print the paint guns, of course. Frame. Hall of Frame. Frames. That gives me 30, which is nice, but no cigar. Let's make more. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's print as fuck. And then we're here with this spray gun. Which takes steel invar silicon. This makes 10, I need more. I need more silicon also. Why do I have this on me? Is what she said. What? Yeah, there's still a click bug in Stationeers. If I... Behold. Oh. I thought I can reproduce it at will. Because I know I did that at some point, maybe it was a different interaction. Yeah, where the click is not consumed is what user interface, graphical user interface designers call that. It's not being consumed by the process that used it. It is still available, still as valid as it was before. Invar. Four more. We're done, it's finished. I need one more. What is it that I need? Steel and silicon. That was unexpected. I realize that it's a pretty unpleasant playthrough because you're always having this tunnel vision because of the flashlight I'm using here. Well, on the other hand, I'm trying to play this realistically and I don't like this mega output of the coal burner, so I want to basically try to survive. Basically, I'm playing this for myself and not for you, haha, which is a bit ignorant, given what this is, after all. But then again, you could say, well, he's playing Stationeers for himself, but he's also recording that, so there's that, so we can watch that then. So once we have enough power to survive the night and survive having on some lights, maybe we can actually already. One of the things I should really have built is a clock. Midnight is over. Let's see here. The vertical angle is 140. And it would go down to 139 at some point, so it's still pretty deep in the night. And I don't know how that works out with the power here. Actually, I mean seriously, I could do the math, right? I could just calculate a time frame, the amount that we have, the amount that we're consuming, and derive from that how long will this last us at the current consumption level. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing to have on the station wall? And that happens to be exactly the problem that we're interested in right now, but I don't see that happening because I need to do other things now, and the video is pretty long already. It's almost 5 hours. So I will write a sign and write that down. But I just saw something pretty interesting. The bobbleheads, which I now finally purchased for those who didn't know. So I never printed those. Let's make them then. So that's what the bobblehead looks like from close. I've never seen this thing before. Not myself. It's the first time, it's a premiere. I'll put the hard suit here to express more advancedness, because this is the manufacturer that ultimately printed the modding of the manufacturers. Insanity. You know what insanity is? Not doing the same thing again and again, expecting a different outcome. Because that's not possible. You cannot do the same thing, ever. Everything changes. Nuclear flow, the particles, the object that you're using is losing parts, the mechanism might break down, the time of the day changes, you are more exhausted, everything is in a flux. You cannot do the same thing at all, again and again. What's insanity is to regurgitate that shit mindlessly the whole time, because it was set in a game that everybody finds cool for a reason that I don't know yet. That's what it is, that's insanity. Can it be placed here? Oh, interesting. It's physically calculated, respect. I mean, that's one thing that Unity did, right? I guess I assume that's just, you know, Rocketworks just using the Unity engine there, instead of having their own awesome physics implementation. Because it's really good, I must say. The amount of things that you can stuff together here and the performance not suffering at all. The Marine bobbleheads. Behold! And the hard suit bobblehead and the basic suit bobblehead, which most people have. I mean, most people who have these, they have primarily this guy. Okay, now I need the spray guns. This episode started with the sun going down, with a deep night, and now we lived through a night. This night is not yet over, but I think that the next episode will pretty much be a pure daylight episode. Not pure, but most of the time.
Power low.
So here's blue. Black, green, white, red. Yellow. Purple. Pink. Orange. Blue. Khaki. Gray. Green we have, brown we don't have. Blue we do have, I think we have all of them. Black, blue, brown, green, gray, khaki. Is that khaki? Yeah. I've lost my khaki. Orange, pink, whatever this is, purple, rain, purple rain, red, white, yellow, and that's it. Okay, let's go outside and spray the spray guns. One last crime to be committed with these spray cans before they will only ever be used up so very slightly, while at the same time we have tons super fast spray gun system. Okay, let's do that more efficiently. Haha.
Hydration critical.
Fuck, man. Alrighty. On. I think I missed one. Fuck me. Okay, let's sort them in a way that seems remotely meaningful. Yeah, something like that. Oh, right, I forgot. Now with that, I will know this is probably the colorful thing. Pip. Okay, that's it for today. I don't think that I can do some more meaningful stuff here, other than welding this finally. And I got some things to do, and I still haven't used my... I still haven't printed the arc welder. But okay. So this should be pure silicon once we have it in the centrifuge, I guess. But that's something for episode 4, which I am keen on actually playing. But today is not the day, and tomorrow I will be probably pretty broken after work, because everything will be completely different and completely high pressure from all sides, whatever. Anyway, was that quick save? Did that work? It did. Then see you again next time.